Okay. We are live. Session 14. And it would be probably a very good idea for us to do a decent summary of last time, since we were missing a player last time.
I wrote I have
today.
a journal entry.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
I'm going to pull it up. Here we go. Let's do sign. Session 13. Show to players. And...
I remember writing one.
Well, those are just the general.
Oops. Yeah. Am I in the right spot? Yeah. Right there?
Yeah, June 27th.
I'm not wearing my glasses, so...
April 27th.
Oh, yeah, this is the one, because
Okay.
the urine. Okay. Ready?
Right, do it up. Yep.
Okay. Alright, Session 13, 4-27. Fatherbot Rune has discovered a point of interest off the coast. I will synthesize elixirs for the organic party members to join us. Its yellow hue reminded Pimby of urine. I do not urinate. Upon reaching the sunken vessel, we were attacked by sea creatures of the fish and golem type. Although Pimby got a good hit in, the golem creature jumped off the upper deck onto him and Fizzwig. Pimby floated unconscious for a moment. Fatherbot Rune was able to dispatch the bulk of the threats, but lights seeped out from the lower decks. We investigated. Undead creatures taken over by the sea were waiting in the darkness. They had many attacks and could navigate the darkness with ease. I stayed in the light of Pimby swords to maximize my usefulness. Fatherbot, Rune, Fizzwig, and I created a shield with our bodies, as the creature seemed to be fixated on bringing down Pimby. We had to hurry, for my elixir's benefit would only last a few minutes. Fizzwig was able to damage what seemed to be the leader after he was cloaked in invisibility with his radiant magic. The odds were in our favor that moment. After a rough battle, Pimby and I opened the cabin at the end of the hall, which was trapped. We both took needles to our bodies and Pimby was unconscious. My science slots were depleted at that point. Meanwhile, Fatherbot Rune discovered a logbook and a lighted tablet. He heard scratches and unleashed another undead creature while we were all at low life levels. Not ideal. Pimby and Fizzwig were knocked unconscious but managed to retrieve a conch artifact. Fatherbot Rune was also knocked unconscious and I had to deal with the undead creature which resisted going down. Finally it did, however, and I quickly helped the others back to the surface. Fatherbot Rune was especially difficult to move. This was good practice for healing my maker back home.
Hell yeah. Goodness. Love it.
I was invisible?
No, the one, I think the leader of the assassins
the
went
assassins
invisible, and he was like right next to you, and then you use that whatever the healing, the radiant,
the
word
word of
and he was
radiance.
right there, and it just like brought him out of it.
That was a great move. Yeah.
Yeah.
You really did hold this whole party together last time. Dude. It was wild.
To be completely honest, like
That means
because
you
of the
held it
advantage
together.
and the additional damage
You
that would have been done right there, that would have 100% made the difference.
Yeah, it really.
So.
Yeah, it's. I'll say this: you gave me 2-step instructions on how to play Fizzwig, and boy, golly, did I follow them to a T.
Yep.
The blessing and then just shield or the
your
spiritual weapon. Yeah.
And then I used every spell slot you had, man.
Yeah, y'all were
God.
depleted.
That was so rough.
Yeah. So,
and I should mention that last one that we fought to get out of the ship.
Oh yeah,
was an optional fight. And Rune was like, "What's behind this door?"
because I think Pimby already had 3 levels of exhaustion at that point.
Wow.
Y'all had pretty
already
much no spell slots left. I think the 2 of you had like 1 spell slot left each. And then there was sound from behind a door, and Rune, I'm pretty sure, failed a perception check. And I was like, yeah, I open it. I'm going to kick the door in. And so he kicked the door in, and it was a fourth drowned sailor.
Yeah.
Wow.
And like all
and
of
he
us
wasn't even
casted
happy
pure
that you
light.
let him go? Like, you let him out of the room he was trapped in?
No, I
Yeah,
think
apparently
it
that
was.
didn't do it.
I think it was he was simply unalerted or something, or Or because the door was trapped.
The door was closed.
Yeah,
that
door
one was not
closed.
a trapped door.
Yeah.
Though.
Oh yeah, no, you're right.
Mhm.
It wasn't trapped. I wasn't sure if it just wasn't opened or if there was something preventing him from joining the fight. But it wasn't until the door had opened that he just came out like and proceeded to thoroughly kick our butts.
And then Pimby and Cyan with the two people with thieves' tools just going into rooms that are trapped without checking.
Which is totally perfect because up to this point, y'all haven't had to deal with traps.
Yeah.
There haven't even been any doors.
That's true. We really haven't.
Yeah, and it was definitely an in for a penny, in for a pound kind of thing because I was like, I don't know what that conch is, but I want it.
Yeah. So last time y'all started off on the shore of Port Castigliar, having gotten there and of course finding exactly what you were kind of expecting, what you'd been told, which was nothing. Very small place. There were some old huts that were in shambles with a little grave out in the back. Y'all, it was really early in the morning by the time you got there. It was still pretty dark. And while you were taking a look at Port Castigliar and checking the place out, Rune saw the little dock that went out into the water and decided to go in there. He noticed that there was a sunken ship of some kind sticking up out of the water quite a distance out. And he is, of course, a sailor and has a ring of swimming, which is the magic item that he rolled at the beginning of the campaign. And threw himself into the water and Hasselhoffed his way over to the wood that was sticking out, stuck his head down into the water, and saw a few different things. First of all, he heard the tones that were being played from this magical instrument that had been kind of teasing you all throughout the night prior, before you made it to actually Port Castigliar. And he saw, I believe even before going back at that point, I think he saw the apparition of some type of blue glowing ghost apparition that was fading in and out at different spots, that appeared to be playing some kind of instrument, holding some type of shell, some type of conch. But what he was doing didn't match with the sound that was happening. It seemed like he had no effect, just an apparition, not actually moving the water or interacting with anything. He, I think, came back to you all and let you kind of know what was out there, and then asked for the goggles of night so that he could see, because he doesn't have dark vision. And then he went back by himself, stuck his head in the water, and got a little close to the ship, and seeing that there were creatures there, decided to go take him on by himself. It was more than he thought. They started to surround him, and a coral golem revealed itself, being indistinguishable from the barnacles and the coral that was attached to the side of the old sunken ship.
Coral golem.
A coral golem.
Yeah, dude, those things.
He decided to peace out and Hasselhoffed his way back over to you all, too fast for them to keep up. Let you all know what was there. And then Cyan actually brewed up a bunch of elixirs, allowing those of you that do not have swim speeds and that cannot breathe underwater or need to breathe, the ability to all adapt to the water. So you all gained swim speed and were able to breathe underwater, and you all swam back to the ship. And Pimby saw the ghostly apparition and heard the notes and was like, that way, and went straight towards it.
Classic Pimby.
Yep. Getting snagged by one of the sea spawns, nasty, fleshy creatures that was guarding this old sunken ship, possibly a vestige of its old inhabitants. And going past that, then you also managed to trigger and wake another. Somebody woke the other coral golem. Went past. I don't remember where that was, but
I'm gonna blame Pimby.
probably.
You know what? I think it really was. I think
Fair.
I think I explored a different part of the ship while everyone was still away.
And then there was some kind of roundabout
Splitting the party.
loop-de-loops y'all did, because the helm of the ship was just above water, but everything else was under. And so at one point, the sea spawn went around, came around back behind, and a coral golem was up on top. And then Pimby got down below, ran down past, and got to the bottom, was a little bit low, and the coral golem up on top had a choice to either fight Rune or drop down to Pimby and cannonballed off of the helm behind Pimby. And I think that was the first time you went down in that fight?
Yeah, definitely the first time.
Yeah, so that puts you at, was it the first exhaustion or the second there?
That
don't
was.
remember.
I think it was a crit, so it gave me 2.
Maybe 2 death failed death saves, but you still only get one exhaustion per time.
That's right.
How many times does that
Maybe
make
you really did go down 4 times.
Period.
I have in that fight. I did go down 4 times.
Yeah.
It was rough.
Well, let's see, because I did. Yeah, I have 4 points of exhaustion.
Yeah.
So I did go down 4 times.
And I think you'd rested the other one
4
off
points
before
of
that.
exhaustion?
He has 4 levels of exhaustion.
right now.
Isn't that like a couple away from
Yes,
just dead?
very much so. Yes.
Yes, you would be absolutely correct.
Yeah, he's. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, I didn't even put in what happened to him at the end with the.
Yeah.
Or maybe you're getting to that.
Yeah, absolutely. So you all beat the people up on top, and we're like, hey, you know what? That wasn't so bad. It was pretty easy. Whatever. We made it work. And Rune descended down further into the ship, seeing kind of a pulsing blue glowing light, and being able to see because the God of the Night was very confident, saying that he strolled across and picked this thing up, and it was a stone tablet that was wrapped in some kind of cloth that was resistant to the aging that had happened to the rest of the ship, because the masts were just disintegrated, the wood was rotted and falling apart, part of the ship broken off on the side. But he picks this thing up, and in making contact with it, he got flashes of imagery from the past and saw different time spans and things that don't mean anything to you all or to him that experienced it. And there was a voice, kind of an ethereal voice that had no real source and no real sense of person to it. Couldn't tell if it was male, female, anything like that. But the words kind of flooded into his mind as he heard some different things, depending on what y'all wrote down. But he got to see some episodes of Wild Magic and the rise and fall of a couple different cities throughout Chult, is what it appeared to be. Different characters, and it was kind of hard to make sense of everything that he saw. But someone else touched it later as well and had very much the same experience. I don't remember who
That
the
was
second
me.
person touched it was. Cyan? Yeah. Yeah. Explain that one with your science.
It unlocked some memories that were already in my.
It was an
circuitry.
MP3.
Like a disc defrag.
Yeah,
yeah. Like,
There was a lot in what was said, but the only part that I managed to write down was Rasnisi lost right to immortality.
Yeah.
And
So
that was-
that specific part that I said was Rasnasi, once of the city, now of the jungle, the man who lost his right to immortality.
Yeah.
Mesro's fall was no mere tragedy, but an act of its own protectors. What did they see that we cannot? So this tablet having some type of unusual inscriptions and markings on it, the part that was picked up illegible and unable to be made sense from any of you that were looking at it at that point in time, but you haven't done much with it since you grabbed it. Picked that up, and then of course saw the door on the far side to what appeared to be the captain's quarters. And so Rune walked over to the door and opened it and triggered a trap that shot some spines out at him and did a hefty chunk of damage, actually, as far as Rune for what he normally takes.
return to slam.
And as soon as that trap was triggered, descending from the ceiling inside of that room, and then from the nooks in the back that nobody had looked back to, and he was the only one up there, 3 drowned sailors of various appearances and stations from whatever they did on the shipping before, dropped from, or floated down from the ceilings and dark spots, and ambushed, and combat ensued. It was pretty tough combat for the party overall. Some of it was handled pretty reasonably.
One of them was like a monk or something because he just kept punching
he
us.
just kept throwing.
Yeah.
hands,
And ironically, those ended up being some of the more threatening ones.
Yeah,
Y'all handled the assassin pretty well.
with luck, definitely a lot of luck.
Yeah, at a certain point, the assassin, because y'all were kind of targeting him down because his daggers were dangerous, he fled down and got some distance to try to use his crossbows, and then wanted to get back in the fight once you all changed targets. He used an ability much like Pinby did for the first time last session, where you turned invisible after taking some damage. He poofed out of y'all's vision, and you didn't know where he went. Fizwig, you happened to be standing in the middle, and there was something next to you, and I guess we decided to use Word of Radiance, and entirely unplanned. And the moment that he started to say it, in my head was like, no fucking way. The assassin had been crawling back along the top of the ceiling, stealthed out, and then
he
was
just
right
happened
next to
to
you
fail that concept,
and failed.
which
the
no one
save.
ever does.
Took a point of damage,
he's a
dropped out of stealth.
I had to. When I said we were running out of options to use, like as far as what spells were available,
Yeah.
we truly were running out of options.
Cyan was over there just electric grasping everybody's balls.
I mean,
so.
whatever I could do.
Turn your head and cough.
He keeps cooking undead flesh in his hands.
Just like mozzarella cheese.
Yummy. Yeah, but
the pole.
eventually y'all knocked them down. In that fight, Pimby went down, I think, at least twice. Yeah. So you went down once up above, twice again.
And then
in
once
that
on
fight.
our way out.
You beat the 3 drowned sailors, and then Pimby, looking down into the open door of the captain's quarters, saw something up on top of the shelf, the conch shell that the apparition had been playing, and walked into the room to go grab it, tripping the second trap and taking a bunch of damage.
proficient in conch?
No, but I plan on practicing a lot.
He did secure the conch, but coming back out while they were doing that, and I believe you took some damage as well because you were standing right next to him. Because I think you at one point were getting chased by like the monk. It was not really a monk, but it's by the fire.
I'm picturing very Scooby-Doo, like
Yeah, a
running
little
in
bit.
and out of doors. Like,
And remember, this is
Yes.
underwater the whole time.
Yeah.
So y'all all have swim speeds, breathing through gills and adaptations.
Yeah, we drank the
elixirs.
cyans, not pee.
Not pee elixir.
Yeah,
Yeah.
elixir.
Rune,
How-
while y'all were doing that, went and kicked open another door, and there was another one of those fighters inside. And him coming down, I'm like, they're gonna make easy work of this. And so I'm like, yeah, everyone just like roll initiative and just let me know what you roll and hit.
Oh yeah, this is gonna be fast.
Yeah, and then crits and unfortunate hits from y'all, and like he has 3 attacks, and then there was at least 2 different times where because he attacks 3 times, there was the possibility for him to outright kill who he was attacking.
Yep.
And so I had everyone roll on the table for those parts to see. There were absolutely directly available, like at least 3 opportunities for somebody to die outright last game.
how does one get rid of points of exhaustion? Is it sleep and then it's all gone, or is it like...
Long rest removes 1 point of exhaustion. I believe the spell Greater Restoration removes all exhaustion, or at least a point of exhaustion. But that's a higher level spell. I think that's like a 5th or 6th level spell or something.
Wow.
I haven't actually played with it in a game, so maybe it's not quite that high.
So
but-
what are you at with 4 points of exhaustion?
Yeah.
What are the
So
You have disadvantage on ability checks, your speed is halved, disadvantage on attack rolls and saving throws, and you have half of your maximum hit points, which we determined last time, because that is not an effect that reduces it, nothing happens to take your hit points, you just aren't up to your usual vitality. The death curse that's infecting the land, where if your hit points are reduced by something, they can't go back up, it does not affect that. Yeah. We had to determine the order of operations for when he went down in that time, because if his hit points were halved and then we applied the damage, he would have died. But I think it made sense that when he took the damage and failed the death saving throw, you have to take the damage to get the exhaustion point, which means the damage was already dealt.
Yeah.
yeah, so
So-
I could have been because I think it was one debate was am I at 5 or 4 points of exhaustion or something, right? Or
Oh, it was more about like if you were just outright dead.
that's right.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
do we, I don't know if y'all talked about this, but last session, but are we just going to camp here for like a few nights?
It was
Like,
not
you-
discussed.
Yeah,
No,
we
no,
talked
no.
about it.
After it was over, we were just
In that last fight, you were unconscious and had failed a death saving throw. Rune was unconscious and failed a death saving throw. Pimby was unconscious and was at 4 points of exhaustion. It was only Cyan. Cyan had 7 HP and had to duke it out for at least 2 rounds with the other guy.
Insane.
And then you managed to kill him probably 1 hit before he would have killed you. And then he had to figure out what to do with you all because there was like a minute and a half left on the potions and y'all were going to drown. So he took the ring off of Rune's finger, used that to swim you 2 up to air, and then went back and tried to get Rune up and failed his strength check and could not. So he had to go and find the potions that y'all got off of the Batiri goblins. He found one of them, revived Rune, got Rune upstairs. Rune went back and started gathering people's gear and took trips swimming you all back to shore.
Our hero.
Well, actually, we couldn't find the potions because Rune in his inventory didn't have them, and I didn't have them.
Yeah.
We
And
don't
then
know
we're
who
like,
has
"Do
them, but
you
we know
have
that
them?"
somebody
Somebody
did,
has
so we
them.
allowed one of them to be found.
What potion?
So we some time ago we had found potions of healing I think it was like Cure Light Wound and...
I think it was a regular healing potion
Oh,
and then
the
a greater.
I didn't have them. Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. Like, we checked our notes and we have it recorded that we found them, but
Nobody claimed dibs.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. So what I did is we did, I think, a check to see if you could find them. You found one of them.
I'm just imagining you running out of the water like David Hasselhoff.
okay.
Slow motion.
Yeah.
Over and over again.
I think that pretty much sums up the stuff from last time. Oh, not quite. There's one more thing.
Poor Pimby.
Giants.
No. Pimby, do you remember your condition right now?
Oh, that's right. I have. Was it a poison or a sickness? I think. Yeah. Oh, jeez.
What?
That's right. I don't know because it was the. It was a disease, I think.
At different times when y'all were hit with the weapons and fists of the sailors, you had to make saves against something that, some kind of disease that was trying to enter your system, and you were the only one that failed and was also susceptible.
Blue face. Oh no, that's right. Okay, yes, I am diseased.
Yes.
Boils. No.
So your Constitution and Charisma are both reduced by 2 right now,
Well,
which I have updated.
Yes,
in
which
your
I do
stat
have
sheet.
here.
If
Minus
we-
2 con and charisma.
If we take a rest, I can use lesser restoration and cure your disease.
Actually, I'm trying to think about who's conscious right now, because
I mean, Rune.
yeah, Fizwig and Pimby are both still unconscious. So y'all got swam back to shore and laid down flat, but you have nothing to revive yourselves. So y'all are on a time frame of your natural time to wake up that we rolled, which was, I think we rolled 2 hours for Fizwig, and we're an hour into that. And I think we rolled 3 hours for you, and we're an hour into that. I think. I could be completely wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have much of a say-so in the matter, but I think I would like to, rest it out. Get rid of at least 1 point of
All they
vigilance.
hear from you is...
Yeah, like, oh.
Shit.
I'm more of a honk shoe kind of guy.
Rune decided to stitch some vines together and go fishing at the very end of last session. So he's down on the dock throwing his stick and vines in with... I'm not quite sure what he's using to fish, but he has the sailor background. It's
Well,
not hard
yeah,
to make
so-
a basic
Yeah,
fishing
I think he
net.
said he did craft it
Yeah.
using like.
I'm totally...
Take
with
some
it.
piece of wire out from his neck.
Well, he said specifically he wanted to go and grab vines and make a line or something. Something like that, yeah.
Well, while his
Um,
friends are just dying on the beach, he's like, "Great day for fishing."
Yeah. Yep. But the last things we described at the end of last session was that I think it was Cyan. You noticed it was you. You noticed that Pimby's skin was starting to look slightly discolored, have a bluish tint.
Yeah, I wrote blue
And-
face and
yeah,
boils.
And he started to have boils coming up the
It's not
side of
really
his face.
PC anymore, man.
Yeah. And that a heavy storm
person.
appeared to be rolling in for the day. Yeah. And that's where we are.
All right, well, I'm unconscious, so I can say or do nothing.
Can we make?
Oh, who's steering Rune?
I mean, I can give it a shot, I guess.
Okay. I wonder if this battery's still good at all.
Oh, he has his whole
Oh,
character
good.
sheet right here.
Okay, perfect. I will charge this just in case. This thing's kind of garbage, to be honest.
The tablet?
It just does not hold.
And what experience points are we at? It was like 4-3-2-1, right?
3384.
33-84.
I believe.
4321,
4321.
Yeah, okay.
except for
I remember
Cyan.
it being 4-3-2-1.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Cyan, you are at 4471. Yeah, y'all got a lot of experience last time. That was much quicker than I expected.
But at what cost?
Yeah. So back
Not
at
this.
Port Castigliar in the lean-to teepees that Pimby happenstance kind of put together, while just before y'all headed out to the shipwreck. Y'all are laid down and resting. Probably not great rest, but trying to recover, get some consciousness back, find that health point.
Can I? Sign would like to sort of drag the bodies to more of a not there on the beach, but since there's like a dilapidated sort of like ruins there, is there like something where we can like build like? Is there a corner that we can use so that we're not?
Yeah, I would say there's probably at least one or two side walls next to each other. There's not going to be any structure that's still fully standing, especially because it was all kind of like thatch material. So none of it was really like heavy construction or anything. But you could find like a corner of two walls of one of the old buildings that was there if you wanted to stick your lean-tos in there or something else.
Yeah, especially if we know that it's going to be a sort of stormy kind of night or day, I guess.
Yeah, Chult isn't hiding this one. You can see the storm clouds on the horizon very clearly because you're not under the canopies of the jungle. You're out there on the shores of Port Castigliar overlooking the waves. And the winds are starting to pick up, the water's starting to come down, and it's getting dark in the sky, even though this is the point where the sun should be coming up for the day. In fact, let's move back out to Chult. And I had it at 7 a.m. We'll bump it to 7:30 a.m. There we go. Okay. All right, so you get your little temporary lodging put together. We'll say it's been y'all probably got back to shore a little while. Well, you tell me. How long has it been? What are y'all doing?
I think I would have, after dragging them to a more secure spot, I think I would be wanting to take notes about Pimby's condition to sort of bolster my understanding of healing and diseases. Or
he's measuring the size of
the boils, keeping track of them.
The hue of the blue, right?
Give me a medicine check at disadvantage because you've never seen this before.
Okay. Another net 20. But at disadvantage, that would be 8.
8. Wow. You are very unsure of what you're looking at. You can't tell if this is natural or unnatural. You can't tell if it is fungal, bacterial, viral. You can't tell almost anything about it. What you can tell is that it appears to be spreading at a decent pace, given that it's only been an hour since infection at the very most for him. And it's already starting to crawl kind of up over his skin.
Okay. And about how long has it been since, I guess we got back about an hour or two?
We'll say an hour, because y'all described kind of taking the gear back, laying out, putting some stuff together, and then Rune is fishing.
I'll let him go with that narrative for a little bit. I know we have another potion that we didn't use since we're back. Can we like, or can I guess look for it again? Or
yeah,
like,
that's fair. It's different conditions. Give me an investigation check. Let's see if I can find this potion. Since we genuinely don't know where it is.
That's probably not going to work, but maybe a 12.
A 12? Yes. Without there being like challenging conditions for you to be able to find it, digging through everyone's possessions and going through the packs that you had left here, since you didn't take all your stuff with you, we'll say that that's exactly where it was. Because this one was not on anybody's person, which is why you couldn't find it when you were on the ship, and it was in one of the packs on the ground back at Port Castigliar. So you do find the other potion. I believe the one that y'all used, because you handed it back to me, was the regular healing potion.
Yeah.
So you should have a greater than. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's the one I have, the 44
Okay.
plus 4.
Yes, you can. You have a greater healing.
I'm going to roll to see if who I'm going to use it on.
Okay.
Because I don't know. Like on one hand, Pimby's kind of getting worse, but on the other hand, you're the healer of the group, so I'm kind of torn. Okay. Evens is Wig. 18.
That's an even to me.
All right.
Check my math.
All right. I'll go ahead and Sign will walk over to Fizzwig's
Baby.
little body, and he will administer the potion to him.
Okay. Go ahead and roll for your greater healing potion.
Do I roll it
Or
or he...
+4, right?
Do I roll it or does he roll it?
Either way, whichever you want.
2d4 plus 4?
I think it's
It's
2d4
4.
plus 4.
It says 4d4 plus 4.
Oh, nope, you're right. 4d4 plus 4.
Yeah,
2d4 plus 2 for a regular. 4d4 plus 4.
So it's like a major healing one.
I think greater. I think?
Greater.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
a greater healing. Yeah. He's gonna butt chug it for maximum effect.
Does that do anything? I mean, I'm unconscious.
It'll have
there's
pauses.
some consent
Questions
issues.
gonna be-
You're right.
Yeah. I put it in your butt for you.
Yeah. Instead
Sign's just there, like-
instead of a DNR bracelet, it's like privilege to or allowance of butt
That's
chugging.
pretty good. 4, 4, 3, 2,
Oh, that's great. Yeah.
8, 10, 13, plus 4, 17.
That is pretty good.
That's phenomenal. Yeah, that's what half your hit points.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
exactly half. Pimpy's not supposed to be that smart.
It's the blue
What is
face.
it? Wait, he is. He's got some intelligence.
I mean, when I
12, pretty stable,
yeah,
above average.
good.
so yeah, I guess
What's
when I come to, you know, I conscious when you got like hit with this disease?
No, you were
Oh, yeah.
down. Who went down first? Because
I went down.
you chased the other guy that was going after him. He got in the back room. You got in the way and tried to fight him. I think he got through and still hit him, and then went after you. I don't remember.
I don't recall, but
I don't
I
know
would.
who went
I'd be okay saying that no, he was not.
Okay.
Get that back to you.
Aha, thank you.
That way, he can see me for the first time and be like, "Oh my God, what's going on?"
Yeah, I mean,
Why is
when
he
I come
blue?
to and I see you, I guess I would see that you're blue and think that you're dead. No.
Dabba dee, dabba die.
And like it's a little more bluish than like to the average because it's contrasting with my red.
Yeah.
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 Can I try and make like a medicine
Yeah.
check?
Yeah. Full send. Not a disadvantage.
Okay. Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Okay. This
I
has.
just pushed it and it flipped over to a 20. Yeah.
So, you do not know exactly what this is, but what you do know is that you've seen things that are similar and heard about things in your studies. You can, with a good degree of certainty, make the connection that this is absolutely directly caused by the creatures that were out at the shipwreck, and that something got into Pimby's system and is spreading. It's definitely a disease in nature. You suspect that it is not contagious to touch or be around, that it has to be infected into the system.
Does this seem like it would be a deadly disease if left untreated?
You can tell from the rapid presence of boils that it is causing harm to his body over time, and left unchecked, at the very least, is harmful.
Okay. I feel like lesser restoration would, it says it cures diseases, but if I don't have the healing touch, then I need a long rest to use that.
Based on the speed that it's affecting as well, you do suspect that there are magical elements to this in its nature.
Okay. Does lesser restoration not work on magical diseases?
I believe it does work. It doesn't specifically say that it does not work on a disease if it is magical in nature.
Okay.
In fact, you would have cured probably some things in your past that were magical diseases.
And I have no spell slots left.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. I believe you have no
nobody
channel
does.
divinity, and you have no day uses. You used every single thing you have, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, then I just
You were correct.
wake up, see that you're in rough shape, and I'm like,
Just feels
I gotta go to
depleted.
sleep. Like, I'm just immediately gonna try and sleep this off.
Okay. Okay.
Does any of the unconscious time count towards a long rest if I've been unconscious for?
No, it does not.
Okay.
I was gonna say, if I recall, that did not.
Yeah, they are separate things.
All right.
And the rest that one gets when they are unconscious on the verge of death is not particularly restful.
It has to be a consensual unconsciousness.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, D&D is all about math and consent.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with that.
There you go. There's your slogan for your game. All right. What is...
Sure, just say, I heart math and consent.
What is Rune doing?
I feel that an hour is adequate fishing time for Rune.
For the average,
For the average
fisherman.
Yeah.
They don't
give
need
me a
any
survival
more.
And I'm
check.
sure he also
Cut
sees
off.
the incoming storm as well.
Oh, yeah,
So I would see if he caught anything.
Survival check.
Okay.
Don't tell me yet. Okay.
10.
Okay, so yes, you did catch a fish, but it is an embarrassingly small, basic little red fish with very little meat. And it was probably just one of the critters that hangs around the dock and kind of eats the detritus that's left on shores. So
He's still proud. And
it's
so
like 5 inches long.
he'll take his catch and he'll reel it in for the day, and he'll go back to the
Yeah, it's pretty much
to our campsite.
Average fish.
Yeah, to our campsite, and hey, you guys! And he'll notice that Fizzwig is up. And like,
Nope,
whoa!
I'm just. I was like, oh man.
So did you figure
I'm
out?
going back to sleep.
Nobody figured out what's wrong with our blue friend here.
I mean, I would tell you the information that I gather from it, that it is something that is causing him harm, and that was contracted by the creatures on the shipwreck. But other than that, I am more interested in getting back the ability to help him. I mean, if I can make like a medicine check with my herbalism kit to try and like slow this, I guess I could do that before I go back to sleep.
Because you don't know what it is, you would be grasping at straws. But if you want to try to do that, you can.
Give it a shot.
Okay.
It requires
Tell me the nature of what you're kind of doing with your herbalism kit.
I mean, I am going to try and take, I imagine that I would try and take some of the herbs that I have and try and grind them up, make some sort of paste that I can apply to his boils, since it seems like that's...
The boils are all on my face.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're spreading kind of like up your neck, over across your face. And
Yeah, so I'm going to make a very dark black paste that I apply to your entire face.
Okay. What type of herbs do you use then?
I mean, if I have anything that's like, I don't know, that would be a good, oh, what's the word, like analgesic, something that like it's a topical sort of like
numbing agent.
Yeah, or just something that maybe that would like detoxify or something,
You would definitely know how to make a basic analgesic, as far as like
take some witch
producing
hazel,
some pain
because
and
I
stuff.
assume
But
it's itchy.
almost all of those would be like itching. That's a great way to put it, right? To do help someone with itching, or something you would consume to kind of just make you feel less inflamed. You would know about anti-inflammatories and things like
treating
that.
the symptoms, but
Yeah.
not the ailment.
Exactly.
Yeah. That's
So
kinda
is
what
that
I
what you're going for?
Yeah.
Okay. Give me an herbalism check.
Yeah, dude.
That's all right. So that's a 19, I believe.
Okay. You
Yes.
believe.
Yeah, because my mark of healing halfling thing says I can add a D4 to medicine checks with herbalism kits,
Okay.
and
That
then
sounds
I'm proficient with it. So is that a +2 as well on top of that?
Yes, you would add your proficiency bonus.
And then if it's a medicine check, do I also add proficiency with the medicine check? Or like my
did you
medicine?
not add proficiency earlier for your medicine
So
check?
I rolled a 13 on the D20.
Okay.
I have
So
a
+2 because of proficiency, so 15.
That's 15. I have a +6 to medicine. Do I apply that?
Oh, no, that includes. +6 includes. So if you
Okay.
rolled 13, then that would take you to 19. But
Okay.
Oh, it's probably the tablet. But if you also have an additional 1d4,
You
Yeah.
need to add
So I
then
rolled
you
a
need to add
4 on the
1d4.
D4.
So it's 19 plus 4?
So I guess 23.
I mean, that's pretty good.
Okay.
So rolled 13,
The math.
plus 6 for medicine checks, and then 4 additional for total 23?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. You make what you're pretty confident is a stellar anti-itching, anti-inflammatory suppository. No. No, you make a paste that you are confident would. You don't know what he's feeling right now because he's not awake, but kind of guessing at what you think this to be similar to from things you've seen in the past. You suspect there's going to be pain on the skin, that some of the tissue might experience some tissue death because of like swelling and fluids being pulled into that area can cause pressure on the skin and cause death. And so you create something that would help with the inflammation, a little bit of control of the fluid in the tissues, and would maybe fight off like the very basics of further infection if any of the skin starts opening from the boils. So you've got like a pretty good remedy there that's gonna treat some basic medicine areas that might make you more comfortable.
I mean, if he does start having skin death, maybe we can get room to catch some more fish. And
I need a
do some
percentile
skin
check.
graft.
Oh yeah.
So this will be interesting. Don't tell me what it is yet. He's gonna roll percentile.
Is this a secret?
Tell you what, we're gonna say there's a
save the
14%
Yeah.
chance.
I won't eat it, but I'll use the skin.
What's your number?
32.
32. That's good. I was checking to see if you're allergic to the medication that he made. So you're good. You're good.
You're definitely.
Now,
Anaphylactic reaction.
my face swells more. Like,
He stops breathing.
my
Death
snoring
saving
becomes
throw.
more intense.
That's a good sign. I
It's
think.
working.
It's a deep sleep now. He's in a deep sleep.
Yeah, I'm just like.
As you are making the medication and applying it, and Rune comes back over, the weather is picking up in its severity. The rain is starting to come down in pretty heavy sheets, and it's cooler than you're typically used to in Chult. Much like the temperature of the waters back on the shipwreck was surprisingly cool. This almost feels like Mother Nature herself is upset at the disturbances in the world. And the torrents of water start coming down and beating against your lean-to and the thatch around you. And these are not perfect shelters, so definitely getting a little bit wet and a little bit uncomfortable. The wind is picking up pretty significantly. You're not especially affected by the weather in any threatening way. It's just not especially comfortable. But it continues to beat down on you. Your gear is pulled in to try to protect you from the weather that's happening. And so next to you, you have all the things that you brought back, the shields that were carried back by Rune because you were unconscious at the time, the backpacks pulled back underneath, and in the midst of it all, the conch next to Pimby and the stone tablets that was probably laid on the gear because Rune, I imagine, did stick it in a pocket. Wherever that was placed, the stone tablet that is still pulsing, slightly and faintly blue in the midst of those belongings.
Is it too early, I guess, since I don't know when the last time we took a long rest, but so that Rune and I can like take shifts if if Fizwick wanted to like go down for his long rest?
So technically speaking, it is too early.
Okay.
Because y'all were asleep from your last long rest less than 3 hours ago.
Okay. That's
You
what I
had
was thinking,
just
because we
woken up.
just... Okay.
Mhm. And sometimes I'll slide it a little bit to one side, but you can't take consecutive long rests and still benefit from them.
Yeah.
So even if you were to push it a little bit, get it closer, you would then have to extend it on the back end until
Even
you're
though
outside
I'm
the property.
exhausted.
I'm not saying you won't be unconscious.
Name.
I'm saying you won't benefit from the rest
Okay.
in the same manner.
How about, can I take a look, Cyan, can Cyan take a look at the logbook that we picked up in from the ship?
That's right.
in
Y'all
this?
did grab the logbook. I actually forgot about that. I didn't put it in my notes. Yes, absolutely.
Just trying to see if there's any information, I guess, about the ship or what we picked up, conch-wise.
Let me go back to my notes here. All right, so you have what appears to be a pretty significantly water-damaged logbook. Now, luckily, these things are made with the intent of lasting longer if they are submerged in water. Because by nature, if you're recording these things, there's a shipwreck or anything of that nature, you want to be able to recover some of that information. So some of it is still legible. And what you find out is that the shipwreck is for a ship called the Stormcaller. Reading through some of the pages and the notes that are on there, best you can tell is that the Stormcaller was part of an expedition by some scholar, Mesroan in nature, from Mesro, which is on Chult in the past. And you see the name Zanril, Zanril. And it appears that the expedition was going around to different parts of Chult, and the expeditions were going into different areas to collect information, looking for links to, or so when I say like a Mesroan scholar, they were seeking information about Mesro, is the right way to say that.
Oh, okay.
So they are looking for information about the city of Mesro, and particularly its being lost and its destruction at some point in the past, because now it is known to be uninhabited in ruins.
Another ruin.
The expedition was being funded by a merchant prince of Port Nyanzaru at the time, which apparently was some time back based on the state of the wreck of the Stormcaller. And of course, naturally, that expedition must have ended in disaster, and there was a final note about a storm likely being the end of the ship itself. Ironically, a storm was called for the Stormcaller.
Isn't it?
So the crew,
Zanril is the scholar?
Zanril is the scholar.
Okay.
That was there. So the logbook appears to be a collaboration of notes between the scholar and the captain. The captain there we go. Captain Ardura. Ardura. Was the one who was responsible for the ship itself.
And then there was another person that you said it was like bankrolling.
The expedition was being funded by a merchant prince of Nyanzaru, although you do not see a name specifying who it was. And based on how long ago this went down, it's extremely likely that it is not any of the current living or positioned merchant princes.
Oh, yeah, I mean, is there any kind of date that would tell us how long ago this was?
Give me an intelligence check, Cyan.
Yeah, probably.
I'll use a D20. 18.
18. Guidance.
So
can I guidance that? I still have...
I guess the intent would be like, for guidance, if you were using it for reading through for investigation. That's so hard. Because you would have to use it in like the 6 seconds before he does a thing to specifically try to find or do an action.
Yeah, just spamming it on you as you read.
Yeah.
Smart.
Either way,
Smarter.
in this case,
Smarter.
you don't need it. While you don't find good, legible dates, because the parts of the logbook that were destroyed were on the outside, and of course the entries towards the front, those that faded first, are the ones that are going to have your dates in there. The other texts and mentions of time frames and mentions of the expeditions themselves, you can tell that we are talking about decades. That it has been wrecked for several decades, at least 40 years that this has been in the water. And that might even be on the short end of it.
Okay, and so there's no mention of the conch in there.
There is, because you're looking for it, what you find is some details of the crew. The crew was not particularly large, but it's easy to surmise that based on the descriptions of the few individuals that were there, including one that favored daggers and crossbows, that the undead creatures that you fought were likely remnants of the crew. And one of them was a bard that kept the company and the spirits of the Stormcaller. And one of his unusual implements was a conch that he would play. And that when he played it, oftentimes the marine life in the area would respond.
The last.
You don't hear this.
The last thing we need is mermaid Pemby.
Or the first thing.
Then we really are in SpongeBob. Oh my god, he's mermaid. What is it, Mermaid Man?
And
Mermaid Man and
Barnacle
Barnacle
Boy.
Boy? Mermaid Boy, yeah. The other words that stand out to you inside of the logbook in the scholar's studies of Mesro and seeking information about its history, its destruction, and the things happening across Chult, you find mention of wild magics, of conflicting information about the downfall of different cities and areas of Chult, and you see mention of something called the Spell Plague.
Spell Plague.
Sounds ominous.
Pemby loves to spell.
Okay, so here's a question. With the map that we have, do we know where Mesro is from us? Or from Port
You tell me.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I see it like...
That's
I
the
think this
actual
is what, yeah, this is what
Yeah,
we
if
have.
you can see it on that
Yeah.
map, then you actually have that.
Okay.
Everything there, as long as you don't flip the map over, then, and by that I mean like the backside, not the other quadrants.
Oh.
So if you were to open it up, that's just to save space, is why I have it folded. But that is the actual map given to you by Sindra Sylvain. So all of those markings, all of those notes, all the names, that is information.
It's
Okay,
collected
just wanted-
information. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. So it's only 1, 2, 3 days. 3 days travel at a normal.
I mean,
pace?
yeah, if the party wanted to explore further that way, that's an option. Or if we wanted to... I guess the other option is, since we have information about the footsteps and we have a couple of ghoul heads with us, if we wanted to start the trip back, but...
I mean, I think we're at some, shelter, these ruins of the fort, and we have somebody who not only would slow us down, that their travel speed is halved, but if there's a fight and they go down, they're probably gonna die from just continued stacks of exhaustion.
Mm-hmm.
That we should just rest for at least a couple days, and before we try and move at all.
Yeah, before we do anything.
Traveling with one level of exhaustion, that's one thing, but 4, you're just asking to die.
We'll say that a solid 2 hours have passed, and while you are not awake, Pimby, you are starting to stir, and you're having disturbed sleep. You are having basically nightmares, and the visage of the assassin who removed his mask from the wreck of the Stormcaller, and his rotted, fleshy face that you did all save against does still haunt your dreams right now.
Not a suppository.
I do not consent.
Rune will just continue to cook the fish, and oh well, if it's raining, there's not going to be a fire there.
Well, I think. Well, I mean, technically, there's like a hut that I reassembled.
No, you leaned thatch together because you only had like 2 minutes to do it too.
Yeah. So you could make a sheltered fire, and it's thatch, so it could be real big.
I was gonna say it goes from being a fire under thatch to the thatch being a fire.
Yeah. The little fire is for the big fire.
Yeah.
It's usually how it works. But so I will have my nightmare.
Roll for nightmare.
Roll for
Nightmare.
We kind of did something like that in Elmont, actually.
I have a Cthulhu Mythos textbook, and it's open source rule guide. And because it does have the dream dimension and sanity levels, there is like a whole rule for nightmares and how it affects your characters and your character sanity, and then like
Did you ever play Amnesia?
love
I think
Amnesia.
that was called Sanity, wasn't it? You had a sanity bar,
Yeah.
and it would affect your vision, and if it depleted or you got too insane, you just
your
all died.
Yeah.
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 Just lost your mind.
Mm-hmm.
Cool, it's now implemented. Roll for insanity. No.
It's canon.
Percentile. I'm insane. Insane in the membrane.
Insane in the brain.
Rune having come back over, and
Father,
you tell me, is he with y'all in the shelter? Is he attempting to cook the fish in the rain?
Let's see what's his
he's
intelligence.
superheating it with friction.
His hands weld
He has
together.
no psionic charges left, so he's not using that.
Yeah, he's out of everything
He
too.
is- yeah.
We got to see him seize up for the first time when he used all of his psionic charges last game.
Oh, really?
Character flaw.
Yeah, he's gonna attempt to, because nothing will help other than a hearty meal for our good friends here who can eat. Or not you, because you're vegetarian.
As Rune goes to his gear to grab his mess kit, to grab his fire starter, to get the things that he needs to set up a station to cook the fish, he, being the one that brought the stuff back over and having placed it, has to shift the stone tablet. And touching it once again and moving it for a second, there is the cold that runs up his arm, and there's almost a wave of blue light that ripples across the runes that are on one side. And as he puts it down, flipping it in the process, realizes that there are other symbols on the back that are in characters that you all know, but that don't seem to make sense. In fact, they look a little something like that.
I just destroyed our marker.
We're lost. Oh.
Those are definitely letters.
Okay,
We'll pick up the tablet. I found something, and he'll take it back to the rest of us that are awake. And he'll start reading it. Alir we sever exorion.
The camp
No.
explodes.
As a wrath, Metrion.
Synthos. Was that what you were doing?
Yeah. Good.
Interesting.
Between that or going, you mo gwe 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 she sao, you mo gwe 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 she sao.
Okay.
I'll try to give you the color image here in a second, too.
And touching the tablet again, does it just gives this like the same vision we've had before when we touch it?
You get the cold sensation and the feeling of a presence of the voice in your mind, but you do not experience the same flash of imagery and words that you had before.
Do other languages use these letters, or is it like exclusively common that uses these letters?
Both. There are several, much like in our texts, right? So we have similar letters.
Yeah, English and Spanish still use,
The
phonetic.
actual words elude me right now. It'll come to me. The lexicon, right? So our lexicon for words and the actual alphabets that we use and their characters, we share them with a lot of different languages with slightly different accents for some of those, as opposed to, like you were talking about, the letters that are in the alphabet of your European countries and things of that nature. I can't remember what that's called right now. It'll come to me. But yes, these are used in multiple languages, but they appear to exactly mimic what you would understand the characters to be. They just don't seem to make sense the way that they are laid out at the moment.
Okay.
And here is your...
Just making sure, because
that's not what I... There you go.
Oh, well, this changes
Here,
everything.
let me do that again.
It don't make sense.
So unfortunately, I think that's going to clear every 30 seconds or so, but just in case it's not clear in the image, that's what it looks like right there.
Let's take a picture of it.
Cyan, give me an intelligence check.
Okay. Uh, 17.
17. Looking at the letters and being the scientific intellectual that you are, having spent much of your time entirely indulging yourself in studies and information and reading in search of your cue for Gnomesheimers, you can make out a few things in the pattern of what you're seeing. The way that these are laid out seem to very much follow the rules of like grammar structure, of sentence structure for common, like what you would expect them to be. In fact, their spacing, their length, the punctuation marks that you see, everything seems to be lined up in such a way that it would make sense if only the letters actually worked together. It's almost like they're just off.
I mean,
you can't tell if they're scrambled or something else, but there's definitely something to this.
usually if there's like a, you would start with like a short word and you're like, okay, well these are the same, so that's probably like the word the or like some common word, and then work from there.
Y'all didn't know I was putting you to work today.
I was gonna say, yeah, I do like cryptography, so I've got a cryptograph or two at home. So yeah, the moment I saw this, I'm like, I recognize a thing or two, so I'm gonna write this down. In my
What the fuck is that?
But yeah, I'm gonna write this down and then try to decipher it.
Sign will convey that to the group. This appears to be common. And then from one of my favorite movies, every puzzle needs a primer. That's from the movie Contact. When they're trying to piece together the alien blueprint, and they have to think about it in 3D because it doesn't fit together on a flat space. Oh, wow. Yeah, so I'll just tell them that.
And that's all I have to say about that.
I will compute.
That's all I have to say about that.
It was a very posh Forrest Gump.
I know.
Would have been a very different movie.
That's the alternate universe where Forrest Gump didn't have the wheels in the wrong order. You know,
That's
the
what
cogs were
happens.
working.
It's the aftermath of a butterfly effect we don't
Yeah.
know happened that none of us are aware of.
There's 2 MRs.
Yeah, I was going to start with just the first half,
Yeah.
everything before the dash, and then we can try to
MR,
piece it
MR,
together.
MW.
So
MR is like
I was gonna say
Yeah.
but
Well,
Take your
MR
time.
and there's an
No rush at all.
MW.
I am-
I'm trying to think of two-letter words that both start with the same.
because I am unconscious
Of and
and
on or
you
something.
know,
Yeah.
I will. It's safe to say that I am simply
Full send. Y'all are good to work on this together.
cool,
100%.
awesome, yeah.
100%.
Alrighty, so
We'll say that there's a hive mind you have all developed a little bit at this point.
this is this is my favorite kind.
Himby
of
starts
activity.
talking in his sleep.
Cryptograms, nightmares.
No.
Okay, so VS and X, I am seeing pretty often. So that leads me to believe that those could be syllables, or oh no, not syllables, vowels. Thank you. Yeah.
V, F, and X?
Yes, because we in the first 2 lines we have VSX followed by VSSX. Well, actually, this wouldn't work because you can't have a word of nothing but vowels. So then one of those
Is that a rule or is that more of a guideline?
Well, it's definitely a guideline. Not a lot of words. Most words contain.
Hey, if W is an honorary vowel, then ooh is all out. Just saying.
Yeah.
It's sometimes Y, so it still checks out.
Oh yeah, it's almost entirely.
Yeah. Which I remember when I was a kid, and I was like, why are vowels and consonants? They're like, and someone told me, well, it's because vowels are all the noises that you can make with your mouth, like with an open mouth. So like a, ooh, all the vowels, right? Sometimes, and I'm like, oh my god,
I never actually thought about
And
that.
sometimes,
yeah. And that's why, that's why like W is an honorary one because technically you don't have to click ooh, and then sometimes Y for the same reason why W, yeah. But of course, it only works in the English lexicon.
Can you imagine like clipping just that part of what we just did? Like, are they?
What are they doing? Are they
doing
having
Yeah, with your
Start a Mongolian throat singing band.
Yeah. Okay, so let us take a look.
The deepest look.
And it will look back.
No, that's the Cthulhu game.
If you stare deep enough into the words, sometimes the words will stare deep enough.
Sometimes those words are like, hey, get out of here, perv. Stop looking at me.
RSX, RSV, RSV.
What you thinking?
We see MR a couple of... So right now I'm trying to
MR
find...
ducks. MR not ducks. SAR. CM EDBD wings. LIB.
I'm looking
MR ducks.
for... Comments.
There's no way anybody else knows this.
GVIWL.
It's a shame that these give me a headache instantly from whatever is in there because they actually taste really good.
JPIWL.
What'd you call me?
Y'all can gamble hints on failed death saving throws for Pimby.
Okay, yeah. You know what? It's on me, guys.
We got this.
Okay. So ALIR. Is this important? Definitely not. It's my rendition of Pimby
I love
with
it.
his sword.
I love it.
forgot about this. Yeah.
You're gonna have to start including the conch, though.
Well,
Yeah, I made sure to keep
most
the,
two-letter words are going to start with a vowel.
The primary
so M is probably a vowel.
M is a vowel. Okay, so I'll go ahead and start. So we believe
At least all the two-letter words I can think of.
potential.
And of, on, if, at. I mean, I guess we. Well, there. I just ruined. I ruined my theory, but I guess most.
E is it's starting with a vowel. Yeah.
Yeah, we. I was saying.
Honorary. Them the rules. I don't make
Them's the rules.
Okay, so M is potentially a vowel. Let's see. RSV comes in twice in this break of so RSV, RSX. So this is kind of what's clinging to me. VSX. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 potential words that are sharing common letters. So VSX, let's go ahead and start plugging some stuff in. So if VXX,
If y'all can solve this with no hints, it will mean an empowered inspiration for each.
Okay, so going,
And there's this random
taking a letter,
SJ.
Oh, that's a good one.
taking a letter and going 4 backwards makes MRN and M. What was the other one?
N
MW
like IN.
is
In and is.
IN and this, and then it would make MW.
Okay,
where
so
that one was.
let's go ahead and run with that. So M equals I
See
and
if it
R
works
equals
for anything
N.
else.
Yeah, so then let's go ahead and look at the V.
RSV would be NOR.
RSV.
And
So RSV would be norm. So
RSX
nor
would be
this,
not. I
nor
think it might
this.
just be going 4 letters
4 letters.
back.
Oh, jeez. Okay,
Because
so
every
then,
word I've tested that with has become a word.
then let's go ahead and make a key. So A, B, C, D, E, F, G. So that means D would equal A, E would equal B.
Yeah, that makes this first word win.
When?
WHEN.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, so I am generating the key now, so we can just refer to it and I can read out the letters.
I feel like pizza tonight. Don't want to order pizza.
I'm dead.
I'm not ready yet.
Okay, so then, wait, did I get that right? 1, 2, 3, 4.
I need to finish this new gym we're building at work because we disassembled the old one and I haven't been using it because it's not there.
You said that the letter is we're going 4 letters
Back.
backwards.
It worked for the first ones. It doesn't really work for this, but that might be like a.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say because the first word you said was
Win,
A.
HEN.
Oh, okay. So I
Yes.
see what I did. I went a letter back too few. So R. Okay, so then that means.
But like this becomes rot. VSX is rot. VSSX is root.
Okay, so VSX is rot. VSX is root. That means
ALIR, the first word is win.
Okay, and so W, let's just scratch that up. W would be S. I would be E. E would be A. F would be hold on, C dash
Yeah, that second word, I don't know, it might be
B O
a name or a place.
Or is Seaborn. The second word is Seaborn. Yeah.
Did I do
So W would be S.
Yeah.
I would be
1, 2, 3, 4 E?
I would be E. Then E would be
I before
A.
E.
1, 2,
except
3.
after C.
I think. I mean, if it Pac-Man rules, E would be Z. 1, 2, 3.
E would
4.
be A. D would be Z.
Yeah,
You know what? I wrote
E as
all the letters down except for D.
Can't forget the D.
That would have been
Okay. So,
wow.
So then
Wow.
let me go ahead.
25 letters. Yeah, I wrote all 25 letters down.
So when Seaborn,
Hey, it's a new education system. What can we say?
All right, so I'll go ahead and fill in everything before the dash if you want to. Now that we have the key, or if you want, I can.
I mean, you got it all written down. I don't have anything written
Okay,
down.
so that's what I'm saying. I only have the first half written down. So O is going to be K. I is going to be E. W is R. So when Rot Taker root.
When
When Seaborn Rot Taker root in. Let's see.
I did something wrong too.
Should be H. Okay, when Seaborn Rot takes W should be S. Oh, okay, that's right.
LMNOP.
So when Seaborn Rot takes root in flesh.
Oh, okay. Bad sign already.
Yeah. Burn at stake. Oh no.
Oh yeah, the rest of the message was lost. You just throw it up.
Give me some more of that.
Do not apply paste to skin.
Yeah.
Oh.
Especially black.
Oh no.
Oh no.
It's just not a good look. It's just not a good look.
They were ahead of their times, you know.
And anytime that you need to, feel free to maybe those mics if you want to. It's just a little quick. That way I'm not coughing into it the whole time.
I'm starting from the bottom if that's
Perfect. Yeah.
You're working backwards.
We'll
Yeah.
meet in the
Okay.
middle. Yeah, so I just stopped collecting after that dash. So if you're going that way,
yeah. I started from there.
Okay. Oh no! Oh no! This is not good, guys. And lips grow. Grow what? Grow what? Yeah, no, great find on that, on those first two letters, though, dude. Because this is already, and lips grow pale. Oh no.
Oh, that makes sense.
Is there a comma after the ERH? Or I guess it doesn't really matter. It's on a stone. FV. I'm not gonna grammar.
Next week is times tables, so
Oh, dude.
Brush
Oh,
up.
hell yeah, dude. We got an engineer here. He lives on math.
Oh boy, I used
my
to.
math is all done in Excel. So.
Oh, then that's perfect because
You
got a
probably do
certificate.
way more math than I do. I do like no math.
Really?
No, never.
I don't do complicated math, but I
Yeah.
do math pretty regularly.
I just do equations for record keeping it's, and when you mentioned like databases,
basic data
tables,
analysis.
yeah. So especially if it's in Excel, like
Yeah.
just since it does it for you,
Yeah.
you just need to know
Literally
how
the
to
most
phrase.
complicated math that I do is when I'm making a budget for a job, and I'm like, okay, it's going to take me 3 hours. My billing rate's $235. I'm going to need like an hour of admin time. Their billing rate's $135, and I just add that up. Like 3 times $235.
Do you have a project manager for figuring out what the expectation is for cost for a project at all?
Usually, like if I'm the project manager, I'm coming up with the budget for my project, and I'm like telling the client it's going to cost this much.
Do you have to do your whole standard deviations thing to tell them it's going to cost plus or minus? And...
I mean, I add, a little bit of wiggle room. If I do the math and it comes out to like...
And enough space for bonuses.
Yeah, well, you always go a little bit longer on some jobs.
Oh, I always go longer on some jobs.
Yeah. If I come up with the numbers and it's like, like 40, $4,002, I'm going to be like $4,000 to $4,500, know.
Exactly. Because you never know what's going to go wrong, what material's going to get wasted, whether upgrades, forgotten things. Of course, if you agree to a price and then something wasn't expected, you probably have to eat that cost.
Because I was going to say, I imagine you're locked in on a contract.
More or less.
I mean, it
depends on how you write the contract.
There are times when, it's not so much a contract as it is like, to do these tasks, it will cost this much.
I know I'm distracting you, but you have 30 seconds left on your timer to solve.
Oh, no.
I've almost got the first half.
No, keep going. You're good. You're good.
But, if something comes up, we call it like scope creep.
Yeah, yes.
Where it's like, okay, I gave you this budget to do this. I went out there and saw these things.
Correct.
To address these are taking more time. Yep. You can ask for like an increase in budget.
That's why you have to have a really good statement of work that directly, specifically identifies what you're responsible for.
Yeah.
And the moment they go past it, you're able to say like, hey, scope creep, like that's outside of what we agreed upon. You're going to keep that cost.
Like either I'm not going to address it, or if you want me to address it, it might cost a little more.
Yeah. That's cool.
When seaborn rot takes root in flesh, and lips grow pale, and breath grows fresh, seek not fire, nor blade, nor priest, but a suppository most unmeet.
Not that far in yet.
Okay, then I'll just continue from the top, and we'll meet in the middle.
Smack
where
down
are you
in
at
the
right
middle.
Right here at this word.
At this word?
Yeah.
Okay, so then I'll end at the right here. F.
This is what I should do. I should give you a puzzle every game. I'll let you do a puzzle for the first half while I build the last half. And then by the time you finish, I'm ready.
Next session, you're just going to hand out crosswords.
Yeah.
You got coloring books. You guys have fun.
To cast your spell, you have to finish the
it's
puzzle
a
within a certain
dots.
time.
Yeah, it's a.
Do you remember the PC game, one of the first ones for Harry Potter, where you have to use your mouse to drag the symbol for different spells?
They did. So they did that. They used to have the mobile app, kind of like Pokemon Go.
Yeah, I heard about it. I never played it.
It was a lot of fun. It
Draw
used that same thing. So you would draw your sigil combinations to cast complex
not
spells.
Wingardium Leviosa.
Yeah.
Wingardium Leviosa.
Well,
You just had a floating Hermione that would just remind you.
Hey,
eventually I'm going to realize that this is just my wife hiring you as like a daycare, like a sitter for me to show up and get coloring books.
Yeah.
Like, wait a second.
Hey, whatever it takes.
My juice box is empty.
I think it was the first Harry Potter game for Xbox, original Xbox.
Oh.
With their Quidditch was really good. I remember really liking the Quidditch. Maybe I'm thinking of the wrong console, but... Did they ever add Quidditch to the Hogwarts Legacy?
I believe
PC
it
game?
is a. Oh, I'm not sure actually.
Like, it seemed like that was a good game, but I lost interest in it so fast because there was no challenge, and it was like you knew how to do everything in the game in like the first 2 hours of the game. So I feel like story and the universe of Harry Potter and like that's good enough. Then it's a great game, but I got bored. I always get bored.
Anybody been playing the new Oblivion remaster?
I have. Nah.
That was
Skyrim
my
was an
game.
amazing game, but same issue. I got bored. Which is weird, because genuinely an amazing game.
Yeah. I never played Oblivion when it came out in 2006. And so for me, this is just like a brand new Elder Scrolls. I know nothing about it. Like,
I remember very little. I just remember being really excited about the demonic towers and getting the Daedric armor and the mace. And I think that's
Where are you right now?
yeah, I was surprised like that Oblivion is as like
popular.
no, I was gonna say like as demonic, I guess, is kind of like the theme.
Dark.
Yeah, because it really delves into all the Daedras, the good and the bad.
Depending on what one-shots we want to do and whether games we ever get into, there's some dark shit in D&D.
I also have quite a bit. Well, they're not D&D, they're classic dungeons crawler.
There's that whole campaign that's set in, what is it, Avernus or something?
Avernus? Yes, yeah. So that one, I guess, could be run pretty dark. The way it's written almost has a lot of comedic elements in it and some kind of fun, like, lighthearted stuff. But you could easily... Because, I mean, you're talking about, like, devils versus demons, and fiends kind of wrap around that and whatnot. And it's hell, and it's the souls of people being used to power infernal machines. And pretty cool.
Great teamwork, guys.
Oh.
Yeah, go smarts.
Yes. We did solve the puzzle, so...
All right, go for it.
He found it, so...
When seaborn rot takes root in flesh, and lips grow pale, and breath grows fresh, seek not fire, nor blade, nor priest, but leaf or gold from jungle's feast, where orchids bloom, neath twisted tree, where the cure is found in flowers 3.
Pimby recites the words as you spend time figuring out what is in there, and as you speak, actually, you're unconscious.
I was gonna say that was just for the table because
Science, you sound weird.
I'm channeling.
Science speaks the words.
That's actually scarier. It's like I'm mumbling that in my disease-riddled sleep.
But as you speak the word Cyan, we'll say aloud, there is a gust of unnaturally cold wind that sweeps the rain up against you all, nearly casting off the thatch that was made into the lean-to. Your gear being carried across the ground a few feet. It gets unnaturally still, and the rain almost seems to pause for a second, building up in a sheet around you as it dumps heavily onto everyone inside of the camp. The tablet glows, and the letters you watch as the blue light seeps through, coming out in rays from behind their etched, engraved characters, and rearrange as you watch into the words that you have read. You can feel something change around you, and you are imbued with inspiration as you seem to have an understanding of what might be happening, and also maybe the importance of what you just read, as it might be relevant to at least one of you.
Who could it be?
Oh, jeez.
But yes, when seaborn rot takes root in flesh, and lips grow pale, and breath grows fresh, seek not fire, nor blade, nor priest, but leaf of gold from jungle's feast. Where orchids bloom neath twisted tree, the cure is found in flowers 3.
Could it be the enemies that we have fought before? The one that whooped my ass the last time? The
the literal
three-headed
Top
flower?
decade?
Can I look at this?
Yes. And then one for Rune as well. Oh, nice.
Oh,
Let
wow.
me just look to make sure I didn't put any cards that weren't supposed to be in there real quick.
Absolutely.
This one says I win?
I got one that's like
Wait,
The soul
Mine says
yours was supposed to come out. I think this one's not supposed to be in there.
yeah. I was like, hold on,
mine says Joker on it?
we're changing classes.
Yes,
baby.
hold up, we're not doing that one. I'm sorry.
What
Here we go.
did yours say?
Yeah,
I didn't
it's
read
like
the effect.
one of the main ones I was supposed to pull out.
Okay,
Of
I
course it
didn't
was.
read the effect, but it was literally called Devil's Bargain. So I was like, yeah, and it said choose as many as desired, and then it had like a list.
Oh, this one's
see.
just regular.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's the new one.
This one's runes.
How do we... Can we keep on to these? Like,
To be
is there...
determined.
Okay.
Oh,
And
that one's runes.
Oh, this is
Because
Rune.
one of mine says gain experience equal to 10% of your current experience, and I'm like, I can just say that
Yeah.
until it's worth more. But
Yeah.
Oh, I see what you're saying. We will say that is like snapshotted to right now.
oh, okay.
Yeah.
You know the term snapshotting from like games.
That it's not going to
Exactly.
scale, right? Yeah.
But that's very clever. That was good thinking. It's like, let me forget about it until the end of the campaign. You're like, ha! Level up in the middle. And when you level up in the middle, everyone knows you get all your health and mana back.
30,000 experience, right?
Oh, become a god. Your just eyes glow, and you're just like, hey man, I've become the new
Chill out.
the scion of peace. Yeah.
I do have one tri-flower bulb. But it's the blue young.
Shucks.
Well, yeah, because but leaf of gold, so it would have to be this room. Yeah, I think that was a leaf of SJJ. Yeah, leaf of gold from Jungle's Feast. So we need the yellow.
The yellow one.
It's a long message.
That's very very oddly specific.
Yeah. Very topical. Very topical.
Yeah. You mean those pitcher plants that beat the shit out of Pitney? they grabbed him by his legs and whooped his ass with their
Do we remember what the
buns.
yellow one did?
How funny would it have been if the first
that
words
was
were
the-
never gonna
Give.
give?
Oh, son
The
of a...
cursed words. I believe that was the acid one. The poison cloud one.
That's what I was thinking.
Because
You just get more poison. No, it was a prank.
That's how it works.
It was just a prank.
On the other side of the tablet, it's comma JK.
I just have the red one grabs you.
So the red one was physical. The blue one was the sticky one, and the yellow one was the toxic gas. I would know because all of them happened to me, except Pimby is asleep and unconscious and can't tell you. Did you want to take a break?
Nah, that's good.
Okay.
I don't know what it is that causes it to get worse. It just does. I think
It could just be like
the allergens. Plus, I'm like right in the air, so whatever allergens are in the air is probably more.
that, and dry throat, coughing irritates it. It just makes it worse. Over
It's
time.
fine.
Okay.
It's been like a month now, man.
Yeah, no, when I first moved here, I got hit with all the worst allergy symptoms.
Well, this is new to me. I haven't had it like this before. I've been here for like 12
yeah,
years.
Yeah, I'll say that it never gotten away, and it definitely does vary. It's like yes, on Friday I mowed the lawn, and
Yeah.
I usually I have to wear a mask and, to like not get obliterated, but
I even bought some of the really cheap KN95s for when I'm doing stuff like that, so I don't breathe that crap in. It just cuts down on allergies.
yeah, I have some holistic drops for like just pre-exposing you to
nice.
pollens and stuff. I'd like to say that it works, but it's like, I'm trying anything at this point.
Well, so I actually worked at an immunization clinic for a little while. I got some training there before I went and had to give some vaccines over the Trinity Vaccination Center. And so I got some training on that. I did not get the certification with the full program because it's like a full specialization. And then IBT, Immunization Backup Technician, I guess what it's called. They go to a school and they get like a specialty experience identifier, and then they go and do all that stuff, right? But I got to see them do some of the allergy panels and give some medications and test people's reactions to it. It's legitimate.
Yeah.
So different people have different responses. But as far as like drops, because some of them go in your eyes.
So one is ingested, but you have a dropper. You put it underneath your tongue.
Yep.
And just so I'm like, I definitely have seen some because I know where if it gets in my throat, I'm just like, oh, this sucks.
Yeah.
Like, but
no, it's legitimate. Different reactions for different people, but there's good science behind that. Even things like using local honey really can make a difference for people. And I'm so hypocritical because I know information like that, and then people are like, "Oh, well, did that work for you?" I haven't tried.
Well, yeah, it's definitely because when it comes to eating local honeys, like it's pollen typically from flowers, and what I'm allergic to is the pollen from trees, and so that's when you're eating honey, it's usually not the pollen that they're bringing in.
I think there are benefits beyond just the flowers, though. I think it's not so much about that as other. I guess I don't really know the specifics of why honey does the things that it does. but I think it picks up more than just.
It does have natural like antibiotic
That's true too.
agents into it, so that could be.
It's good for you in general, unless you're
got some
under a
botulism
year of
too.
age.
Yeah, well, yeah, I was
think-
going to say.
Yeah,
I think
if
it's even
you're-
older than that.
It's like
Like
1
5?
after 1 you can have honey.
Yeah, definitely not
because
less than 12.
it's like got botulism.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're not supposed to consume like raw honey or something to that effect as well.
Yeah.
For that reason, it's got to be. Yeah.
It's like a big
That's why
thing.
Pooh Bear talks the way he does.
Yeah. Yeah. He sounds like he's an old man who smokes like 5 packs a day.
But his
was
skin
kinda
looks
dark.
great.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
But okay, so now that we have this information,
We will say that took you 22 seconds to
All
solve.
day.
No, I'm just kidding.
Oh,
It did take some
How many
time.
well, it
rounds
took
of
Cyan
combat did that
22
take?
seconds to solve. Yeah. He's
We'll
just-
say it took some puzzling out for sure. But in that time, Pimby, you start to stir. And as you
Do my lips pale?
regain 1 hit point and stabilize and kind of come to consciousness, the first things that you feel are a tightness in your face and a swollen, itchy, puffy, throbbing sensation. However, there is almost a tingle that is fighting against it and making it feel a little bit soothed. So it is uncomfortable, and while there is pain, it doesn't feel like it's overtaking you, but your body feels off.
Mm-hmm.
And what's more than that, not only does it feel off, but you feel different. You feel a weird discomfort with the air around you. And the humidity and the water spraying down on you is almost soothing and comforting, more so than the air itself.
So yeah, I want to go. The conch beckons me to the sea. I'm turning into a mermaid. Oh no, a swaggin. So I'm trying to recall during the fight that occurred via a stab wound, correct?
I believe yours was from the punches.
Was punching?
Yeah,
okay.
that's the one that got you.
Okay.
Of course, I didn't have you roll for every time you took damage after that. So.
No. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I just wanted to make sure because I couldn't recall if it was like a stab wound or if it was just absolutely getting annihilated. A lot happened during that fight.
It took a few hits, a couple. You got scratched and tentacle latched by a sea spawn. You got clobbered and cannonballed by a golem.
Coral golem.
You got slashed by a longsword, punched by an undead fighter monk, and stabbed and I believe also bolt shot by an assassin.
Poison needles. Also.
I'll say this.
Oh, yeah,
At this
wow.
point, yeah. My coat, and dare I say my cap, shredded.
Oh yeah, you look like shit right now.
Shredded.
You look like shit.
I think my iconic look is now just Swiss cheese.
His new outfit's going to be the same as the albino dwarves.
Yeah,
We're
you're
gonna
just
have
gonna see like
vines,
a
leaf, and
jacked-
cheeks. All
We're gonna have to
cheeks.
pick up mending as a cantrip or something.
Where's Soda when you need him?
It's serendipitously in our campaign with I had a chainmail adorned in seaweed and scales,
Yeah.
and now I have a conch. Like the sea truly does beckons for me as a
My
As a
favorite,
person.
my favorite bit from that campaign was that you worshipped the god of like the sea and the storm, and you've gone down twice. Once was drowning, and once was being struck by lightning.
Yeah. And both times I met God. I was like, oh, and he's like, "What are you doing, dude?
Yeah.
Like, come
Get it
on,
together.
get it? Come on, you're making me look bad." And I was like, "Oh, couldn't fathom it."
I mean, I guess can I just use this now then?
Up to you.
I don't. Yeah. If it's locked in at this point, I feel like that's the best option of these.
Jeez, you're gonna get a huge like XP boost. Or
Like 400. I mean, it's 10%, so 432.
That's still huge.
Yeah.
For free? Hell yeah, dude. Well, not for free.
No,
we
we worked for it.
But still, like, just I'm enlightened in experience.
My expectation is that these, generally like regular inspirations, will be used by the end of the session. With the inspired, with these though, if there's not fair opportunity to use them, or we take a long time for a session, but it's only been like 15 minutes of actual time in the game, then I extend that by a session. So.
Okay. We just need to make sure that we are aware of runes. That way.
Forget to use it.
Yeah.
So Lee, you died. I had an inspiration!
He selflessly uses his inspiration to help us.
Specifically me.
Convenient.
Yeah. Then. Okay. So with that, you just hear a Pimby sounding groan. Like,
Perfect.
And I'm just like checking myself, and I feel the boils, and they hurt. I guess uncomfortable to the touch, but I also feel that application of, does it like harden? Is it one of those like those
a
fish
mask.
cleansing masks?
I mean, it would dry and cake over time, but not yet, surely.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, he probably used a little urine to keep it moist, so.
I touch it and I look at it and I was like, no, because it's black. I'm like, no.
I left your lips out though.
Just, but I'm still. I also got punched in the face a bunch, so it's like the sea rot, or what was the seaborne rot, and just getting pummeled to death. So many times.
So many times.
Yeah.
Now that you're awake, should we? What should we? Should we try and? We should probably try and get a rest, I would think. But then maybe tomorrow we try and find this flower.
I think. I mean, yeah.
Maybe you stay here and the three of us go out and.
If that is going to be the case, I can go ahead and take over for Rin. That way,
Oh, I see. Yeah.
yeah. If I'm just going to be left behind to rest, is there a way I can? I mean, if we didn't light the thatch shelter on fire, the makeshift thatch shelter on fire, then I will just hide and cover and just be like, oh. But actually, hold on. Question.
Okay.
Because you had mentioned something about the the sea breeze, the humidity, the moisture in the air.
Mm-hmm.
Am I being compelled by any of that, or is it just comforting?
Rather,
Like, do I have a foreign urge to return to the sea versus just like,
No.
oh, this is nice?
We gotta time down.
walk into
Just
the
like
sea?
you just see like
not a present.
a Pimby path towards the sea, like for some reason my legs just don't work. Okay, then I honestly don't know what I can do, being as injured and wounded as I am.
How much time did you say had passed that it took us to do that?
I put about 30 minutes, no more than
Okay.
30 minutes. So I carried forward the time.
So I've with my levels. Oh wait, so if I woke up, that means that 3 hours had passed, including that 30 minutes.
Yeah, I'm pushing it a little bit. I'm assuming that y'all are still there. I can bump it to 9. We'll say that as you're waking up and time passes, we're sitting at 9. What else are we doing while we're there? Because I don't want to steal time from you all.
I think since now that we have a clue to cure me of this new disease that we've been afflicted by. I shouldn't say new. It's apparently been here long enough for it to be etched on a magical tablet. I think that would be absolutely a priority, especially after all the effort that we went through to bring me back. I'd hate to.
What would be the priority?
Finding this gold leaf feast.
Fair. Let's say Fizzwig more time has passed, and a common practice for you as a cleric and with medicine, not using anything like in a hospital you might see if someone has swelling, they'll take one of the pens, the skin markers, and mark the outline of skin irritation or a blister or anything like that to see spreading and healing anything. You can eyeball it and have kind of watched the tension of the skin. The parts of Pimby that you covered and that you were watching, even in the additional time that has passed since then, there is spread. It is not extremely fast. He is not going to be one giant pustule within the next 2 hours, but he is clearly getting boils all across his skin, and his skin is becoming this soggy, mottled blue as the patches spread across his body,
see that
from his
through
neck
the
and his chest where he was struck.
I don't see that. Nice.
So there is some type of
Terrible
time
doctor.
component and element to this disease.
Well then, maybe we don't get a long rest. I guess maybe we need to. 1 point of exhaustion is just disadvantage on ability checks, right?
Correct, but not on attack rolls and saving throws. That's on there. So just
Okay.
on ability checks for 1 point of exhaustion.
So we would. The rest of us wouldn't be affected in combat, even if we went out with. Like I've got a point of exhaustion. I think Rune has got a point of exhaustion.
He has a point of
The only person who
Yeah.
doesn't is Cyan.
Cyan.
So
Cyan, you've gone down once?
I don't.
Or did you?
I don't think I have yet.
Mm.
I know I did in the arena, but that was.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's just
that was
general.
I mean, if we
Fine.
go,
That wasn't that. You just hit 0. Like
That's being knocked into unconsciousness, not
you-
into a state of unstabilized.
Oh yeah, no, I
Weird
haven't.
feeling.
I hadn't had to make any death throws either. So
Yeah.
well,
I don't
Pimby,
think
if we
so.
go out and look for this cure, did you want to come with, or you just want to stay here? And yeah, he's probably just stay here. You're not looking so hot, but do you want one of us to stay with you?
Fizwig, there's an audible change in some of the sound of the rain behind you, as though it's striking on a new surface that's more padded. And turning around, you see a woman walking out of the jungle, not but 150 feet off from you, looking directly at your group, kind of a hand over her face, pretty lightly geared, Chultan in nature, and she is wearing some basic leathers. She has a machete in a hand, cutting through the jungle, and what looks to be like a weather-worn satchel. She's moving over in your direction, not appearing to be too uncomfortable, even in the torrential rain that's coming down right now. Being a Chultan, that probably would explain that away for her. But there's a reasonably friendly look on her face as she's walking over in your direction.
And she's already looked at us?
Oh yes, she's intentionally moving over towards you all.
I just wave.
Let me see if I can find. I guess not. Well, I will pull up a picture in a moment. But the individual waves back over to you and makes the last several feet and kind of gets into Port Castigliar, coming up next to you all, crouching down and kind of putting a hand up and pushing their way up, and basically nearly stepping into the actual lean-to shelter, that temporary shelter that you all have set up. Looking you all over, seeing Pimby down on the ground. Well, I'll be. Didn't expect to find anyone down at an abandoned port.
I rise, sword in hand.
Wow.
Down, Pimby. No.
I turn it on.
You see kind of like a grimace, a look of like temporary like disgust over her face.
I immediately then fall back down because I have no energy to stand up.
Black hair, pretty straight and fine for an individual, for a Chultan in this area. Well kept, up in a ponytail behind her. Kind of red robes aside from the
Maybe
leathers.
she's born with it.
How did you make it through the woods by yourself? That's impressive.
looks up at you all, and seeing you kind of raising up, says, "Well, you lot look like you've been chewed up and spit out by a giant toad."
Yeah, that's a very great description of what of what I look like. Just black in the face.
I don't feel like I've been spit out yet.
Yeah, I'm just using my lit sword as like a cane. Because it's all sand right now, right? So, yeah, I'm just leaning on it for stability.
Seeing you all, you stand out like a sore thumb out here on the beach.
Yeah, dude, this
I was
lady,
headed back to the
she's
east
here to
after
finish the
leaving
job
another
with her
individual.
words, dude. God.
Figured I'd come and see what brings a lot like you to the old port.
We were initially trying to just deal with the undead in the area.
Yeah, I think we used if I recall, as of right now, we're using Port Castigliar as a meeting point for Kuasha, who went to go return Jim Bob to safety. Byron, yeah, that's right. Byron to safety, but also to report our findings regarding the giants that we uncovered, as well as returning the undead heads that some of them, not all of them, but some of the undead heads that we've collected. And then we promised that we would meet him here.
Yeah.
So at this point, we are kind of just waiting on him. But one thing led to another.
She holds out kind of a dainty hand to probably Fizzwig, being the most normal-looking, infected.
Charmed, I'm sure.
Well, infected in like the obvious sense, right? Lord knows what he's been into.
I'm like smoking my pipe, and I offer her like, what's up?
She kind of like wafts the smell. Good.
It's good stuff.
Salida, nice to meet you.
How did you make it through the woods by yourself?
Well, I grew up in Chult on the edge of the forest, and I'm a guide now serving out of Port Nyanzaru, so travel through here is no particularly difficult thing. In fact...
But you're not guiding any group right now?
Just finished. Saw you on the way back. Figure if I'm headed back in that direction and done with the last, why not come over and see if I can make a few more gold pieces? You look like you might be able to use the hand.
Yeah, actually, we were. Have you seen any of those 3 flower creatures recently walking through the woods? We might need some for our friend here.
Flowers. There's plenty of flowers in some places in Chult, but I suppose you say 3. What do you mean?
I don't remember the names, but I can show.
It's like 3
Simon will-
frog.
Tri-flower.
Yeah.
And Sign will show her the bulb that we have. We are looking for something like this.
Oh, the bigger ones. I mean, sure, I can't say it was particularly recent, but they're all throughout some different parts of the jungle.
One of our party is in dire straits, so we might be looking for some assistance in helping get a cure for him.
Well, that's kind of what I do. I can probably get you where you need to go. I think I'm rather quick and smart, and I managed to make it work as a job. You're probably familiar. You came from Port Nyanzaru? I'm guessing from points over at Rune, seeing the mask that he's wearing.
Yes, yeah. Just out of curiosity, because I don't want to overplay my sickness if I don't have to. So I know I'm weak and weary, 1 HP, extremely exhausted.
That's just from being beaten down, of course.
Yeah. Would that be fair to say that, I'm able to obviously, well, what's with my current condition? Do I have any issues walking, talking, moving
Your
around?
constitution and charisma are reduced,
Yes.
and that has a direct impact on how you
health.
feel and
Now,
like, your physical elements.
With that being said, my constitution currently is at a 12 with after so from 14 to 12, and then my charisma from a 15 to a 13.
Now,
so
your health points are going to be calculated differently.
So which I haven't. We haven't made the calculations just yet because my max HP is at 27.
So you're halved because of 4 exhaustion, which puts you at 13.
So 13
down,
is my...
But we would have to look at what your...
current...
You would lose 1 HP per level.
Exactly.
Also.
Yeah, so then... So we're 27...
So you would lose 4 health.
So then
half
I would
of
lose
that.
4.
So 2 additional health. So you're at 11 max HP.
11, okay, there we go. So I'll just put in parentheses 11... Okay.
But the constitution, the -2 constitution, comes from the weariness of your body and fighting a disease.
Yep.
And then the charisma comes from probably a little bit of energy sap and a change in your physical appearance. And
but yeah, definitely makes sense, especially because even the treatment doesn't make it look so... I'm not going to be, ladies will not be swooning at the sight of Pimby.
Now you won't be flooded by women all the time.
Yeah, drowning in
it's still
it,
higher
one
than,
might say.
Than rooms in mine.
But, which is fine because that's not my goal. I just wanted to make sure that I was... you mentioned something about, what was it? Navigating for gold. Like, what do we want to go back to Port Nyanzaru? Or wait, no, we're trying to get to Mesro, right?
I mean, we found something about Mesro, or at least that's what the expedition was.
Yeah, or the logbook.
It didn't necessarily say anything that made it sound like there was, some sort of treasure or anything there.
Okay, so then I guess more importance would be like, where is the... I ask her, do you know of any place where we could nearest here where we could rest comfortably, ideally. I don't say the comfortably part, just rest, because in my current position, I'll take anything.
The nearest hotel might be a bit of a travel from here. I wouldn't say there's anything particularly close. Any shelter you choose to find would be what you make in the jungle, or pure luck. That's not to say there aren't some places out there. You have those that are traveling to the jungle that have set up temporary shelters or left behind places they've built in the past. I can't think of any close to Port Castilia off the top of my head, but also depending on what you're trying to do, at least here, while you're not as protected from the elements, you're a little further out from the hordes of undead in the middle of the jungle. So I guess it depends on which things you're trying to avoid and what it is you're looking for. If it's the weather you want to get out of, you could get under the canopies of the jungle itself.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem like the roofs here have been together in quite some time. I just left my last group. It was a caravan, and now I'm on my own, like I said. They were headed east, and I figured on my way back, walk along this side to skirt some of the undead, and lo and behold, I see you all, and you halfway to looking undead yourself.
Yeah.
Good joke.
I'm laughing, but in pain. So at this point, I am using my hat to kind of just store the things that because I still have my pack, it's all off to the side, but I'm using my shredded cloak and thing to kind of just because it is torn and shredded, it doesn't make much use for a coat. So I will then just use the tattered remnants to just fashion kind of like a scarf, like a flowy tattered part, right? So now just think like tattered.
He makes some like old Roman robes,
Yeah,
cutting
yeah,
his stuff open, just putting his head through and draping across the chest, wrapping it.
Good.
Yeah. And then
Yeah.
like strategically like crosses my chest, like above my shredded pecs.
That's a deep V.
So with that, that's just something that, sorry, intrusive thought. But what I wanted to ask would just, we found a tablet that said that, it could aid, an ingredient that we need to find could aid my seaborn rot.
She doesn't really try to hold her surprise. You see eyes open, eyebrows up, looking over at the tablet and seeing kind of the reminiscent blue still kind of outlining and shooting around the rearranged letters on one side and then the illegible script of some ancient text on the other. And she reaches out to touch it for a second. Her hand practically recoils and she's looking at it, feeling it, kind of rubbing it as though her hands are chilly. Where did you get the tablet?
That was the tablet we found on the ship, right?
Wait, say
Yes.
again. She was going to touch it, and then
She did
Well,
touch
she
it.
did,
She
but
did touch it.
recoiled.
Yeah.
I'm assuming that she also had the flash of memories that everyone who's touched it had so far.
well, she seems like pretty chill about it.
I mean, it's her history.
That doesn't make it better.
Yeah. No, you're right. Like we get flashbacks of like.
By the way, give me a group. Someone make an intelligence check.
Oh, not me. I've had a
No,
disadvantage.
dude.
Yeah, you'd be the best off.
This is memory.
15.
15. You realize that it's been kind of tickling your brain and bothering you, but you remember the name Salida as one of the guides that was posted on the board back in Port Nyansaru.
Oh.
And this
not write that.
is who you see.
Ah.
She doesn't look Chilton.
How do you know?
I hear tell
I mean,
that
Judgy.
owe money to 5 pieces per day. That you press to pay for your lives. Yeah, no. Okay.
Oh, wait.
Yeah.
Can you put it back up? Sorry.
For the picture or the text?
The text. Mainly.
Well, you
I
always
wasn't-
have the text.
What,
right
what
now,
were you?
tech.
What were you interested in? Because I did a quick skim of it.
I just saw something about the Mushrabi.
Oh no, that the thing that I was more concerned about was, did she owe money to any of the princes? But she it didn't. And then I think how much her rates were. So it was like 5.
Well, yeah. So you would
But-
already know that
What her
there's
motivations are,
common
too.
rates for most of the guides, and that money goes through Jabal. So they get the money, and then they have to give their cut back to Jabal. But they're fairly consistent in what they charge.
Okay. Yeah. No. But seeing what she looks like. Okay.
And
Yeah, I'll relay that. We found the tablet on the shipwreck of the Stormcaller, and then I'll just point out to the water where it is.
Well, I'll be honest. I feel like I've seen it out there before, but never would have thought to go and swim down into the thing. Especially there's those haunting notes that play out at night around here. So.
I'm not attuned to it, but into my hat, I pull out the conch, and I'm
You're showing her your conch?
Look, man.
wow.
Just because I'm down on my game doesn't mean I'm not a player. All right.
She kind of just looks at it skeptically. It's a shell.
It's the shell.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Put it back.
Was this your spoils you found from the sunken ship?
It was the source of the tunes that on the ship.
How do you mean? It's just a shell.
A specter was playing it, and after rigorous combat, we came out on top, all of us equally, and this was stowed in the ship, sunken beneath the sea. It was what drew us or I should say me. I say us, but I really mean me. I don't know what it does, but it seems to have importance regarding the ship itself.
I'd ask to see it, but I'm afraid I don't want to touch anything that you've touched just now.
I put it. I've been rejected
Fair.
many
Very
times
fair.
before, right? And I'm not. Normally I would be hurt. But
Oh, you're very hurt right now. This is totally different.
Yeah, but I meant like in here.
Yeah.
But
That's the main source of the infection is your heart.
Oh no!
Yeah, no, it's in his organs.
Yeah, it's in my face. My moneymaker.
She kind of appraises you, seeing the various wounds and blood and pustules and boils and jagged attire, robes that you've now removed and tied around your body, toga style.
Super hot, like chiseled abs.
No, I'm not in any rush if you aren't. I mean, if you'd have my company, I might be able to help get you to somewhere you're trying to go a little bit more reliably. Otherwise, I can wish you luck.
Absolutely. We'll take her up on that offer. Yes.
No. I obviously want to help. But I am required by Jobab back in Port Nyanzaru to pay the fair wages. Are you all agreeable to the terms of
I look
my
at Rune
services?
because he holds all the money. Daddy.
Money,
He puts
please.
200 gold
Yeah.
in her hand.
No, whoa. I'll text him. I know he has a service. Hey, does 200 gold sound fair? Just wait for him to come back. He's like, oh, my bank account's gone.
Actually, I don't know how much he has, but I think it's a lot. It's like
Oh,
800, 900 gold or
yeah,
something.
he
Well, it says 480.
That's probably right then.
I think he started off with that much, and then we just like.
Well, he got up there and then
we spent
gambled a bunch, lost some, and then kept getting more somehow. I don't really remember how. But yeah, he kept getting money.
You see, I did this. I followed the same steps that he did, and I had the opposite.
So, is the plan to go back into the jungle then, just to find? Like, is she saying that this is an unsafe space to be because
No,
we're exposed?
not necessarily. She's saying that it might be uncomfortable because you're basically under tarps in the middle of a storm off in a battered, beaten, abandoned thatch building at a port. But that if you were to go too far in, then you'd be back in the territory where the undead are known to kind of dwell. But that's, I mean...
Yeah. I mean, is there... would I be able to, like, make a survival check to improve our shelter? Like, I know that Cyan threw it together, but, are there improvements that could be made? Like,
I mean,
it should be like these structures were kind of already standing, dilapidated to all, so.
But if there's even like a corner that we can like put in.
Yeah, you
and,
just
like,
got to
make
realize that this is thatch that's been here for potentially decades.
Yeah.
So most of
So
it
it's
has
like
blown
brittle,
away.
soggy.
Yeah, the things holding the binding of thatch together have fallen apart.
Yeah, it's
loose
literally standing on the
sticks.
sheer tension of its own of itself. So
Yeah,
like,
so yes.
Oh, are we using like a thatch building?
Yes.
yeah. That was what I initially started, but then we immediately went to sea. So like there was no progress made in actuality.
I was thinking more of like using there's like still standing stone walls.
There are no stone walls.
No,
this
no,
was
no,
a
no stone
port
walls.
city
No,
built
this
on
was-
sand with just thatch
Exactly.
and
How
a
much
very
of a fort?
loose
Fort seems like a strong
Well, it's
word
a-
if there's
yeah.
no stone walls.
Port
It's a
Castigliar.
Castigliar.
A
A port, all you need
fort.
is yeah. Yeah. No, in that case, honestly, that's because my goal was just getting somewhere safe and
Yeah.
with someone else's ability, not
I mean, we can throw a new roof on one of these.
a thatch.
Yeah.
My brother in Christ, that's not possible. It's just straw and reeds, like being held together by twine.
Just gotta get some like palm fronds, from the
Oh,
jungle.
you know what? I
And then,
got
like,
it,
throw
dude.
'em
What
on
we'll
there.
do is we'll just get bundles of sand, superheat them, and make glass.
Make glass
so you can
buildings.
see through. Yeah.
Don't throw stones.
That's how we do it in Rust. Come on.
You don't think we could just throw some more leaves on the roof? Or like big banana leaves kind of thing? Where you just...
I think
How long would it take somebody to do
Yeah.
that in real life?
that I mean, I've seen the videos. They take at least
1
an hour.
hour.
Yeah.
I've seen, people make entire swimming
Oh,
pools.
yeah,
after
But
they
those
get-
videos are months.
Yeah, I was gonna say they're
They're
like
time-lapsed.
super cut and
Yeah.
time lapse. Yeah.
They're amazing.
Yeah, well, there's one guy who does it, and I think he's like an Australian, just hobbyist when it comes to like creating stuff, and because
Yeah,
the
I guess
ones
I'm
where
not
like
seeing.
they build pools and stuff, like those
Yeah.
have already been outed as like they're using like actual,
They are, yeah.
like machinery to like dig out all that dirt, and when they're making natural cement, which is like that stuff is just all bogus, but that one guy who is making like standing structures in the woods.
Talking about like the guy that did like the sticks that he put together. He got sticks and caked mud on top of it, and he made the face of like a bear or a wolf. And
No,
he built
so-
that thing on the inside.
No. So he doesn't
dope.
do. It might be another person, but the person that I'm talking about doesn't do. Because like he'll build a structure to camp in the woods, and he just uses it for like actual functionality over camping and stuff. But anyways, super off topic. I genuinely think that
You just see Salida in the background, just
yeah. Like,
Yeah, I guess I was thinking that there were like stone walls that we could use. But I mean, I also think, improving the thatch structure of
we
something.
want to rebuild the ports.
and make Castigliar great again.
No, delete.
Oh god.
the parts that are standing of these buildings are, I mean, it is shambles. It's sticks and a little bit of remnants of thatch. No roofs. No more than 2 walls ever touch each other. The ground is sunken in and the sand has encroached into it. None of it's really level because of tides over time, and just the winds and the rain pushing things over. It would be very much like practically starting from scratch. You're just using the very basic weight bearing of one
And
or 2
there's
walls that are touching.
there's no like second story in any of these buildings.
No, there probably were never second-story buildings at Port Castigliar in the first place.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, this was very much just a convenient location where the geography around the island for the inlet, which goes down through the Ataz Muhaha, allows them to, have convenient passage through into other parts of Chult.
When you said Ataz Muhaha,
I thought you made it up.
Yeah,
and I looked at it,
it's-
I was like, oh.
Yeah.
Muhaha.
So that would be the nearest location.
What, Ataz Muhaha?
Yeah, Taj Mahal.
That's not a town. I mean, just,
Like a region.
yeah, if you were looking at your map and you have
What's the legend?
Salida there, she'd be able to tell you. So, Ataz Muhaha is the Laughing Gorge in their language, and it's
another cryptography.
Muhaha
it's like a
means
bridge
laugh.
that spans a
You kidding
chasm.
me?
And Ataz means
Yeah.
gorge. You got it.
Yeah.
I'm. All right, guys.
I think, would it be feasible to like rest one night here and then sort of search the area for those things, for those flowers as we hit Mesbro?
How many sleeps do you need to get rid of the half movement speed?
So
Like what-
I have 4 levels of exhaustion.
What's the...
I think that's like 2 days worth of rest to get rid of the half movements. 4 days.
To get rid of
just the
half speed.
yeah.
So half speed is at 2 exhaustion,
So
so
it
you
would
would
need
need
3. 3
Well,
full
can
days
Rune
of rest.
carry
You need one to
him?
get to 3. You need one.
Yes.
Like Rune can carry you.
Oh yeah. I mean, I don't mind
Valid.
being. Yeah, I mean my pack.
It worked out well in the T-Rex chase. I'm just saying.
Yeah, that shouldn't be an issue, especially considering that most of the supplies that I've had are now like consumed. But
What's the 4th level of exhaustion specifically? What's...
2 away from death.
Oh, the
Hit point maximum
Okay.
halved.
Yeah, make hit point max have. I have.
That's the big one.
I mean,
At
penalties
5,
to-
your speed goes to 0. and you are in death's door, and it's 6 to your
one
birthday.
night rest here would at least get him back to like fuller health.
Mhm.
You know, that him being less squishy in travel
That and
would
having
be
two
important.
able-bodied people.
Yeah.
um,
Because like you being at half health is like
puts
a
me at
big.
huge
Hearing
risk,
you
yeah.
all kind of plan, Salida kind of just like nodding along and looking. It's no skin off my back if you take another day. Just know it's a few more coin.
Yeah, no. So, is it payment up front or is it payment after the like? Is it days accrued and then payment? I don't recall.
It's all the same to me.
Okay, then Rune
Unless
just,
you're the kind of folk that are untrustworthy.
So then let's look at Ataz. Yeah. So then Rune just. Wait, is Rune? He's
What I will
relatively
tell you is
clean,
that
right?
if for some
He's
reason the money
relatively
did not
clean.
exchange hands, it would be Joe Ball that would hold you accountable for not paying, not me.
Okay,
So,
no, we don't want beef with
A
you.
worthy no.
He has got rude guards.
Well, we in a sense we are also working for Joe Ball. We are mapping the areas for him.
Well, I mean, to be fair, we have
Aren't we?
mapped
Is that
shit
Joe Ball?
You are working on maps for Joe Ball.
Was
No,
that
no,
for
it
him or was that
wasn't-
for the fort?
It was
Pretty sure that fort.
Fort Balarian. Yeah, no.
Bular.
Belwarian?
Belwarian, yeah. Fort
Well,
Belwarian.
I thought-
you are no. He's right. He's right. Joe Ball was keenly interested in maps and of the information about extending further south into Chult. He wants his guide services and knowledge and adventuring to go further into the island. Have you made any progress on your maps?
Not yet.
Oh,
Well, I mean, that's not
well.
entirely true because we did update. Because look, we have the statue of Utao, and some. There was 2 statues that we found.
Yeah, they were
And-
both of Upta.
you have found some of the shrines of the deities
Yeah.
of Chult. Yeah, some
Um,
still actually have remnants of the blessings of the gods.
Yeah, which I recall
Pretty
we
cool.
received one, right? Because we cleaned the shrine. Yeah. So.
Yeah.
Well, it's because
Cyan got
maze
Yeah.
was solved.
Oh, that's right. That's right. He solved that maze. We didn't get anything for we got the respect of our elders for cleaning that shrine.
I will tell you, Joval is not the only one interested in knowing more about the island of Chult. It is of
Say
keen
more.
interest to me. Not only is it my job, but I told you I grew up on the edge of the jungles here. And I've always naturally been curious and worked my way through, so I would love any information that you come across as well.
Then yeah, we'll go ahead and Rune says, let's set up camp for Pimby. We agree, to your.
Do we want to stay in the
Rates?
thatch, or do we
Yeah,
want to
well,
just make it to the edge of the woods?
If we can, well, because we're it's not too bad, like, because it's just humid right now, right? Like, if we can get a fire going and then it gets,
Well, it's not just humid, it's storming. It is downpouring.
that's right.
Yeah, it is. Y'all are in the middle of a storm under a couple basic lean-to canopies.
maybe if we just
Mhm.
move into the woods, we can use the canopies, or we can create a more, because I know we have the actual the equipment set up camp. We just need to like get off the beach to really.
And you know that you're a good, from your map, you know that you're 15 to 20 miles off of the mapped border of where the undead typically seem to start roaming.
Yeah, and we're in that nice
Okay.
little dip where there's nothing really in
Oh,
there.
nice.
Yeah,
How
so rather
far
than being dense
are-
jungle,
How far are we from like the edge of the woods, like here?
so technically,
That's like
Port Castigliar was right off of here, so you're actually close to the edge up here on this side,
hell yeah.
because y'all started travel and immediately got where you needed to go.
Yeah.
So you're very close, probably 5 miles off
Yeah.
of, 3 to 5 miles off of the jungle.
You're moving at half speed, but I guess if we were carried,
Yeah.
make it there in
Yeah.
a couple hours.
Which is probably the best case scenario. Yeah, like me actually moving anywhere, not probably the best idea, but with Rune carrying me.
Well, I mean, let's just sleep here then.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
like the one night of recovery.
Yeah,
sure. Yeah,
we can.
That's. I'm okay with that.
If we have tarps or something, we'll just throw that onto the old roof. Or
I have no problem waiting for you all to be ready for your travels, but if it makes no difference to you, I'll be sleeping just inside of probably the more natural shelters.
You're gonna walk.
The wind,
woods.
the
and then
wind does
walk
not
back
comfort
here?
me at night, and even though the winds and rains are strong right now, that's not to say they couldn't get stronger. And if they pick up strong enough, these will not last.
Aren't you gonna be cold?
It's like 78 degrees. Yeah, that's like as cool as it gets on Chult. It's hot. Yeah, humid and muggy and
I just don't want to. If anything, I wouldn't want to walk away from the direction we're going. I'd rather, even if it's a little extra farther, like to come to this.
yeah. I mean, it would be. Let's say you're 5 miles in, benefit of the doubt, right? 10 miles to the edge of the jungle over on that side.
And we still have time to kill before we can.
Oh,
even
it's not
rest.
even midday. Sun's not even directly above the sky yet.
Because he said it was like 9 or 10.
Yeah, it's like 9:30.
Hmm.
Yeah, y'all woke up, went for a swim, got your asses kicked, came back, and set up camp.
Would a short rest be possible?
Absolutely.
So, all right, if we're gonna do a short rest,
I think we should definitely.
Rune's just.
any type of rest, yeah. So let's give him a survival check to see if he caught anything. What
We already did.
Go for it.
Oh yeah, he did. I thought it was a new one. Okay,
No, he
then-
came back technically.
Yeah, then let's do that. We'll take a short rest, so especially after I awaken, so I can restore something, and then we can, spend the rest of the day moving at my half speed or being carried, so we can then do the same thing, set up camp, and get ready for a long rest.
You all take all the time you need. I'm going to go, if you don't mind, and just collect some basic things out in the woods. Gather some herbs, some other things, and get my walking in. I don't quite feel like sitting still all day.
Yeah, no,
Does that
absolutely.
work for you?
Yes.
Oh, you're gonna go get herbs? I'll come with.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah. Teach me everything you know.
I take no time to, rest upon my pack and just, get into as comfortable as I can to just really rest, try to get some rest.
So you are not taking the short rest. You're going with to start.
Whenever she says that she's gonna go collect some herbs, I am like, like
He gets that second win.
I'm like, oh, she knows, like maybe she knows some plants that I don't, and I'd rather, get some education from her about like the local plants and
So-
stuff.
Y'all go walking off while you all take your rest, and probably going to be 20 to 30 minutes of searching, and then you can come back and do your own too. But y'all can go ahead and do any hit dice and recovery of any short rest features and charges for your characters, and let me know where HP and stuff is at. As you start walking, she gives kind of basic descriptions of the things that she's looking at, and says that she's mostly looking for things to capture for her satchel, like dry underbrush and bark, little twigs, a little bit of sap if possible to keep on some of them because it helps with fire starting as well. There's a few plants that she knows are good for basic, simple antibiotic properties, more about holding off bacteria than actually killing it once it's inside the system. If you get cuts and scrapes, you can put it on and it will create a barrier that's pretty good, keeping that stuff out. She grabs a couple of different leaves that are better at lasting longer inside of her satchel that can be used to wrap foods and other things that she finds. Basic nature
you're
survival things.
Okay.
However, in that 15-20 minutes,
Yeah,
she did
full
not
health.
manage to find anything particularly
Whopping
useful.
11.
It was not a good survival check.
Okay.
But does kind of talk you through some of those things. Much of it already known to you, at least for other areas. So you're putting two and two together and seeing what those things are here on Chult, because you know they exist other places in the realm as well.
Yeah. Similar plant types and things.
Exactly. But I will pass the hour. All right. How
Do we want to do runes?
Yes, let's.
Nah, he's good.
I
Let
don't know
him
what.
be.
I,
He's at 9. It looks like.
Yeah, he is.
So
oh, it's a D10 for him.
Jesus. Let's give him 2.
All right, Pimby, what are you at?
Okay, so I rolled 2 hit dice.
Okay.
And I reduced my modifier by 1 because I took the -2 to
99.
Constitution.
99.
So it's I rolled a 7 on the first die, plus 1 brings me to 8. I rolled a 1 on the second die, plus 1 brings me to 2. Plus 10 brings me to a total, puts me at my current HP at 11, which is my current max
Got
HP.
it.
9 plus
You use Song of Rest.
21.
It wouldn't matter. Oh wait, Song of I wouldn't. I would not want to be singing. I'd be like, oh.
So I know it says out of 13 right now. We'll just remember that your max is 11 because I don't want to mess
I
with
have
your...
put it in parentheses next to max HP,
Perfect.
what it is at. So
I'm afraid if I
making
change
sure.
it, it'll
I change it.
permanently change it.
Yeah, and it's probably because it's attributed to other things.
Exactly.
Yeah, no.
Exactly.
I have
Oh, you
it
know what I
here.
can do? I know what I can do for you. I'll come in here. I'll edit this. Go to effects. Add 1. We're going to search. There we go. HP. We're going to go to your max. We're going to say add -2. Submit. Oh, because it's -4. That's why. Edit. -4. And now I should go to 11. Boom. Okay, now it's correct.
Awesome.
And I can correctly change it back and forth at will. Damn, this program is so good. All right. Okay, so Pimby is at the fantastic, phenomenal, incredible, impressive hit points of 11.
Yeah.
What is Rune at?
Rune used 2 dice,
Okay.
and he is at 33.
Damn. Okay.
Nice.
All right, Rune's at 33. How is Cyan?
I also used 2, and I'm at 29.
29. Very nice. Coming back to camp, Salida would probably want to continue walking around and wouldn't want to go directly back to Port Castigliar. Are you going to stay with her and kind of explore around, or do you want to go back to the group at short rest?
So she's gonna stay in the woods. She's like, I'm not.
Yeah, she's going to walk around. And y'all aren't in the jungle. You're far away from it. But there's woods still. There's still trees and brush and growth and critters, a lot of which are taking up residence underneath stockier trees and branches that they can find.
Okay.
That's his action surge back. And then-
But I'd be able to find my way back. No
Oh,
problem.
yeah, absolutely. 100%. Especially you.
Yeah, I think I'll
Awesome.
Yeah,
he's
seeing
great.
that we haven't really found
Yeah.
much, I'll head back and I'll get my short rest in if I can.
Absolutely. All right, go ahead and do some short resting.
All right.
Uh,
I'm gonna use
question.
2.
Did Pimby Song of Rest?
No.
Okay. Because of your fatigue?
Yes.
Fair. I probably would have made you do a performance check, to be honest.
Yeah, and I was also thinking Pimby would not be in
Yeah.
like a position to
Yep.
like play his bongo.
I got I
don't
got
wanna
13, so I'm
I
at
just
30.
want to stay in my bed
Okay.
all day.
How many do you use?
I used 2 hit dice.
2.
I got a 6 and a 7, so
And all the way up to 30. Very nice. All right, 30. Okay, not bad. All right. All right, so y'all take a short rest and chill for a little while. Some of the time
Yeah.
passes. 10 o'clock, yes. Pimby.
Mhm.
In the time since you were struck on the wreck of the Stormcaller, the spread of this infection, this disease, has been noticeable. And while it is slightly eased by the topical kind of salve that was put together, much of that has been carried off by the wind and the rain that's coming down, even the shelter that you're within. And while it's not terribly painful, you just kind of feel weak. The boils are spreading, and you can feel just the nastiness of the sensation of the skin as it's changing color and almost like a soggy old flesh left. Like if you were to leave chicken in your sink in water for a week and then come back.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're starting to look not great. Not great. There's a bit of a smell to it as well. Um,
Yeah, dude.
You always smell so terrible.
you find yourself feeling hot, as though you are feverish.
Okay.
It's starting to spread through your body, focused largely in your head, kind of causing a pounding in your temples. And you notice that you are almost feeling sensitive and averse to the bright light around you. It's not really affecting you, it's just uncomfortable. And something, again, about the air itself has a different quality as you breathe it in, and it feels the wrong kind of thick in your lungs.
Yeah, like, oh, dude, I'm turning into a fish person, dude. This fucking sucks.
Wow.
But it's raining, though, right?
It is. This does not show any signs of letting up anytime soon.
So, like, when it touches my skin, it's like...
The rain doesn't bother you at all. It feels great.
In fact, it improves.
Feel the rain on your
It improves Yeah, that's my song over us.
As we're taking the short rest, let's go ahead and take this opportunity for a break as well, so we can dog out and maybe order pizza too.
That sounds good to me.
Cool, fantastic. All right, intermission.
Probably gotta.
And then everybody died.
Check.
Oh no, not again.
Looks good. Everyone's unmuted. Okay. Yeah. Well, I guess that kind of just brings us back to Port Castiliar. Some time has passed. Y'all took your rests. Did you / would you want to have in the initial time frame or the time thereafter to have done anything with your conch?
After having a short rest, I feel like I've gotten some vitality restored up to a point. I would love to try that. Yeah.
Okay. I realize now I should have just got the picture of Magic Conch from SpongeBob.
To be fair, that was what I had in mind.
Was it?
Yeah.
That's great.
So I'll go ahead and get my aperture ready, put my hand in the conch, and just perform a couple of practice blows through it.
What we'll say is
In private, I hope.
I'm just in like the remnants of the thatch hut. You just hear an odd noise, but you just choose to ignore it.
as you are holding the conch, which you know to be the conch of the drowned bard, even holding it and spending some time focusing on it, there is the resonating sound of waves constantly around you, the sounds of the ocean, and almost like distant music in low tones that carry across. Much of that having the same rhythm and the same melody of what you heard when you were under the water and during the nighttime as well, for those that were able to hear the notes and attempt to reproduce them. You do find yourself having trouble focusing on attuning to the magic of this wondrous item, which is what it is. And it is going to be more difficult than normal. You find some success in that even with just spending some time, you start to understand what it is that you're holding and what it is capable of. But as far as your ability to reach into those magics and use them for yourself, we are going to say that you, with exhaustion and fighting off this disease at the same time, are going to have to roll to see if you're able to attune to it just now in this part of the day and for a little while throughout the day.
Sure.
So we will say that it's going to be a d20 roll.
All right.
It will be, we'll say it's a charisma roll.
Okay.
At disadvantage.
Okay.
And we'll say because of the nature of how things are for you and the conch itself, the DC is going to be 16.
All right. So my charisma at a 15, I get a -2, brings it to 13. So my modifier would go from +2 to +1. And rolling 2d20s now. I rolled a 19 and a 4.
Oh. I was like, oh.
But since this is only going to be good for a session,
Okay.
I get to immediately re-roll a d20 I just rolled.
Yes, and you could
Choose the 4. All right, so
Yeah. Yep.
I will re-roll. So I'm gonna
Reroll the
bring
19, my lord.
that-
I've got a good feeling about this.
Oh, a 17. So
Okay.
+1 brings me to 18.
Okay. You find your eyes weary and heavy, especially on the right side of your body where the
having
blue
a
is
stroke.
starting to encroach up against your eye, almost looking like an old crow's, what's it called, crow's foot?
Yeah, where you get the...
Yeah, you got like an old crow's foot that's starting to like sag unnaturally far out to the side. Your eye taking on some of that bluish hue. Your vision there, but kind of distorted over on that side of things.
Okay.
But reaching in and spending some time with the magic of the conch of the drowned bard, you eventually find yourself resonating with the tune, almost lulled by it, focusing in as the melody plays in your head over and over again. You hear seabirds, you hear waves, you hear the rush of the ocean tide.
Bora Bora.
I feel like you're starting to look more and more like Sloth from the Goonies.
You know what, dude?
Hey,
He was a
God.
swashbuckler. It was
I don't know if you got a chance to look before or not, but you do have the conch of the Drowned Bard,
Yeah.
Which is a wondrous item, uncommon. You do have to be attuned, which you are. I will add attunement for you here.
Okay.
Boom, done. You're attuned. Okay. And it allows you once per day to use its effect Resonant Note. And as an action, the bard can blow into the conch, releasing a deep melodic tone. And then you choose one effect of the following, either Soothing Waves or Disruptive Blast. For Soothing Waves, up to 3 creatures of your choice within 30 feet regain 1d4 plus your Charisma modifier hit points.
Oh.
For Disruptive Blast, 1 creature of your choice within 60 feet must make a DC 13 Constitution saving throw or take 1d8 thunder damage and be pushed 10 feet.
Oh, hell yeah,
You
dude.
stay the hell away from that
Hell
thunder
yeah,
shit.
The conch itself is never completely silent.
Okay.
It always kind of produces a faint ambient sea noise, like
okay.
distant gulls or wave crashes
Or
when
mosquito
it is
sounds.
idle. And this is a musical instrument and can be played as such and used as a bard instrument for the purposes of magic and casting.
Dude, I'm a swashbuckler, dude. This is the swashiest buckle I'll ever earn. Hell yeah. I don't need a shield anymore. I'm gonna have a sword in one hand and a conch in the other. Was this added to my character sheet on Foundry?
It is, and I
Okay.
also just favorited it so that on your main sheet, it's in the favorites category.
So
on the
what
website.
I'm gonna start doing is bring my laptop so I can use the Foundry sheet. Just as
Do you have a
way
tablet?
that,
Tablets are pretty good.
I do have a tablet. It's just old. Like it's
Okay.
one of the old Galaxy tablets.
You can bring your laptop. Obviously, just make sure
I
if you're
gotta-
using keyboard stuff is quiet, and then don't get distracted.
I was gonna say yeah. No. I'll bring my Chromebook just because
Okay.
it's small and it's also cool.
Try it out at home first,
Yeah.
because sometimes
I'll,
netbooks have trouble with
Okay,
stuff.
then I'll try it. But I have been shopping for tablets in general because
Cool.
So, but I'll keep that in
They're
mind.
expensive, but genuinely, the Galaxy tabs are incredible.
That was what I was looking for, just because I'm the Android operating system is where I call home, and being able to
It's really good.
do stuff with it is a lot of fun. But I'll okay, then I'll message you on Discord, so I can have access to the Foundry sheets.
As long as it's up, you already have access. You just have to log in.
Oh yeah. Okay, I wasn't sure if it's something that you had to turn on.
No, you're good. I didn't put passwords for any of you. If you want a password set, so nobody's like mooching around your stuff.
I trust everyone here, and I don't have
Yeah.
any issues. And then of course
This goes in delete your.
the information is shared with private. So yeah.
Where'd it go? I don't know. Maybe
Jesus.
somebody stole it while you were sleeping.
Every session, I reduce your max health by 1.
We don't notice until
you're
later.
reducing my height by 1 inch every session. It's like it says here, you're 1 foot tall. No.
Shorty.
What is the plan at your makeshift camp on this stormy day in Port Castigliar, Chult? There doesn't have to be a plan. You all can just chill, relax. You can go for a swim. You can try to fish with Rune.
Who is there right now? It's all of us? Because
Everyone except Solita.
Selena? Oh, I thought you went to go...
We went looking for some herbs, but we didn't find much, and she said she was going to stick around, but I came back to get a rest.
Okay. Yeah, I think if we still have our canopies, we can try to just create something to shelter a portion. Like, is it windy and rainy?
Yes. This
then-
is stormy, heavy storm weather. It is. Travel in this weather is difficult. It would absolutely impede you, and with the weather, it increases your likelihood of getting lost if you're not using landmarks or explicit roads.
Yeah, so then I think the best thing to do would just set up a canopy so that it's anchored in the sand on one side, and then what the opening would be is just anchored very low, so it shields us from the rain and the winds for the most part.
Okay.
Obviously we'll just
Pimby burrows into the sand, pops his gnome head out.
just like those frogs, we're just rotate into the sand. Just create a simple camp. One should be enough for both of us, and then that'll also, ideally, I would like to have my doctor nearby in case to
Yeah,
monitor my-
I mean, I am checking on your
Yeah.
status. If it seems like
It's the Pimbonic plague.
If it seems like you said that the salve was sort of
So it is
like
washed
washing off,
yeah.
you know, I can like
that and like
reapply
with the markers that you applied. It has the boils have gotten more in quantity and larger in size.
He just wants to rub you.
Yeah, I'm not gonna.
I mean, I'm not. I it might have helped
in the
my
sand.
mind.
You just see I consent.
Yeah. I think that it, I don't see any sign that it didn't help or that it's making.
But
anything
it's like a
worse.
natural progression
So,
of the disease. Right?
It's what is it?
And
Palliative
then,
care or something.
Rune will
Yeah.
do the same. He'll with the rest of the camping equipment, just so that I mean I'm not sure. I imagine you guys are fine in water, but like just for the sake
Yeah,
of
I
having
think
cover.
if we're getting ready, like gearing up for a long rest, Rune and I can take the first watches.
Okay. Then my sword, I hand it to you so that you have a light source.
Okay.
So we're chilling, letting the day pass, taking it easy.
Honestly, just kind of keeping safe from the storm.
Yeah, 100%. All good.
Yeah.
I need a D20 roll for the party from somebody. Be gentle.
It's a 4. Is that good?
That'll work.
Is that good?
He said that'll work.
Y'all nurse your aching bodies and your troubled minds, especially dealing with the visage of Pimby as he continues to evolve into his next form. The sun makes its way across the sky, eventually coming above you, with the light never getting significantly brighter due to the dense sheets of rain that come in just sideways, sleet-heavy waves battering down onto your set-up makeshift camp. And it does the work. It does the job, right? It protects you from the brunt of it. It's not comfortable. It's noisy, but you're also so damn fatigued that it's easy to kind of just rest through it for the most part.
And I've got my white noise machine.
Yes.
It just make you have to pee though.
Oh no, I peed.
So
Just can't tell because I smell really bad.
the other part here too, of course, is going through the midday and further on into the day. Excuse me. If you need to eat or drink water, if you need sustenance for the two of you that do, any food or drink that you're going to consume, any materials. The other part is that the waters coming down in the torrents that they are very quickly washing away your application of your insect repellent.
So then, I'm sorry, this is the next day already?
Same day.
Okay, same day. Then, I will eat my ration. So it brings me down to 3, and then I will apply insect repellents because I would hate to be absolutely annihilated in my sleep.
Give me a perception. Your choice, medicine or perception, for Fizwig.
I mean, I've got advantage with perception, so.
Are you holding your shield while you're resting, though?
Am I getting are we long resting right now, or are we still in the middle of the short rest?
I'm just chilling, sitting at camp.
Yeah, right now we're just hanging out. We're literally just sheltering from the storm.
It would take the day to be able to benefit from a long rest. The way to think of it is like,
in 8 hours.
even when you're actually sick, like sick in real life, right?
Yeah.
If you sleep a night the first time you're sick, you feel a bit better. But then if you stay home for a week and all you do is sleep, eventually it doesn't feel like it's doing anything right. Same exact thing. Same exact thing. You can only benefit from so
I'll
much
still do
rest.
perception.
Yeah.
21.
21. Pimby has what looks like gills growing on the side of his neck.
Did you have those before?
I'm just, as I'm applying the insect repellent, I'm just like,
water. I need water.
Well, hold on though. It's raining, so I'm just like,
You're still breathing air.
oh yeah.
But
oh wait, no, I have my. So I do have that. My tattered robe is now as like a scarf. So like we both look at it and we're like, oh, and then we just hide it.
Yeah, since you're actively caring for him throughout the day.
And the
checking in all the
scarf?
time, applying new salve.
Moist. So
The moistest. The
You're
mostest moistest.
waterboarding yourself through your gills.
And they're not like complete or anything, but
yeah,
you're
but
starting
it's
to
like
have
you're starting to see
a
like
shift in
it looks
little
like lesion,
sleeves
yeah.
and
Wrinkles.
Yep.
Ooh.
The sun continues its arc across the sky, and it starts to get dark as the evening shows up. And Salida comes back out of the jungle, or the woods more than jungle from this part, and comes over to the camp where you all are at, carrying kind of a dearth of materials, not having a great bounty for the things that she found, which is fine for her. She's able to survive particularly well off of pretty meager amounts of food and other things. It's pretty clear from most Chultans that are guides and survivalists inside of Chult that that's their spiel. But she brings some things back with her. Her satchel a little bit more loaded up with some different saps and twigs and leaves and some basic stuff. Not having found any more of the more rare items that are out there. But she settles down, not really saying too much, kind of eyeing you all, staying particularly quiet as she spends a decent amount of time looking at Pimby and sizing him up. Eventually turning to you all. I could swear he didn't look like that when I left.
So
I'm hugging my conch. Like,
I'm also I've been working on the Guralin Fang with runes. I've been trying to add some more of those in there. Do I need to make a check for
Yes.
that?
Give me another wisdom check.
23.
Okay.
Alright. If I finish this, I can start asking God about what we should do.
you get one.
Yeah.
You use it and then you're like, oh fuck.
Hey, so should we like leave now to make him better, or should we just we got some time?
I don't
Whoa,
know.
whoa. It just translates to bad.
Yeah, you just have it so the runes like green light, red lights for like good, bad.
Flesh starts coalescing and growing off of the root side of the Guralin Fang as the body starts turning into a full-size Guralin.
Oh shit.
Whoa.
So now he's just got a decked out tooth.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Swims in the ocean.
You're
With my conch.
You're turning into a Guralin.
Our new steed, Kong.
Oh no. Versus the Rex.
Dibs.
Oh, I mean, yeah, dude.
All right. Will I get as I work on the rune? Do I feel like
A sense
more,
of completion.
Yeah. Do I feel like more connected each time I work on it, or something like that?
Yes. So I remember last time I kind of said that same thing, right? Is that you're starting to feel like you're making significant progress, and you are. It's starting to feel and look kind of resemble more like a holy implement that you're used to using. You had tried to do a couple different things as far as filigree and wire mesh around it, as opposed to actually melting things down. You tried to hammer with a little bit of rare metals, and you were able to discern that the most effective way to add value, which has meaning in honoring deities, for creating holy symbols and implements, and that the filigree, because filigree is the wrapping, like the wire and the things like that, adds to it, but is not the same as the melting down and what's the phrase? What's the term? Not embroidery. Embedding. Yeah. It's like if you were to plate the thing in gold or silver.
Oh, coding.
Inside the runes.
Or like embossing.
Embossing.
Yes.
There we go. Embossing.
Jeez, God, yeah.
Yep, which you weren't able to do with the tools you had at the time.
Gotcha.
So you feel as though you are very close to a product that has capability, but wouldn't be complete to what it could be if you made modifications.
Okay.
But it's feeling close.
Cool.
Feel so close to you right now.
And just a quick reminder, because I wanted to keep track of my symptoms in my notes. I've got boils, blue face, bruises, and slowly forming gills.
And body odor.
Body odor.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Smelly.
Yeah, totally
More
related.
body.
Yeah,
More body.
I was gonna say only because I'm sick. You
Yeah,
know,
and
like,
you stink.
for no other reason.
Also, you're dumb.
And I hate
That's
and I hate you.
And the guards are all after you.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
no
right.
lady wants you.
yeah, these are all symptoms.
And
Write
your
them down.
father,
Write them down.
should he find you,
Yeah.
would be so disappointed.
Now, here's the question. As it starts to get dark for the night, what is our plan for the evening?
Have my symptoms worsened at this point?
They continue to worsen, yes.
Okay. Is it still raining heavy?
Yes.
I mean, at this point, we got to take a rest. It's getting dark.
Yeah, as far as we already ate, we reapplied ointments or insect repellent.
Yeah, I'll reapply some salve.
I've amongst the supplies or I'm sorry, what was our guide's name? Our new guide's name?
Salida.
Salida.
It's like Holy Toledo, Ohio. It's
Holy, it's the
Holy
guide
Salida.
of Chult, Chultayo.
Oh,
Tomato
Among the
tomato.
supplies that she brought, or at least that she was able to forge,
Mhm.
Was it anything that we could use immediately, or was it just like that? Because
She has a very simple survivalist kit. She doesn't have supplies for other people,
Yeah.
so to speak. She has a basic supply of calories for herself in the form of very natural
Right.
nutrients.
I meant as far as like her haul regarding the herbs and stuff, because I'm not sure if that's why she came back to deliver that, or
Oh, she's just staying in contact
Staying
with you
in
all.
okay, gotcha.
She wasn't finding a remedy or anything like that.
Gotcha.
She does have the basic things that she would collect, certain types of sap and bark and leaves
Okay.
that can be used as like to help with itchiness from bug bites.
just
and-
things, her
Yeah.
own makeshift insect repellent. Cool. No, I just wanted to make sure that we weren't missing anything, and outside of that, the check-in, so to speak. But okay, then at this point, I am fucking dead beat right now, so I'm totally down for just
That's half right.
committing to
Yeah.
for a halfling. Committed to just the long rest.
All right. Who? How are watches happening? Are we doing watches?
Rune and Sign can split
And then
the watch.
And I'll take a watch as well, but... well, I guess we could... we probably shouldn't leave Salida to watch by herself. So. Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll just each take a watch, I guess.
Okay. She would offer as well. She's like, "You're paying me after all. If you need me to stay up and watch, just let me know when you'd like me to do it."
I think Sign can go first.
Okay. So Sign, and then
And then probably Rune.
Rune, and then
Then I'll go.
okay. So then you're probably gonna catch the tail 2 hours. So I think y'all did 4 because y'all need less sleep as well for your rest.
Yeah, I
right?
think we only need
So it's
6.
4 and 4, if even that, and then you're on the tail end basically.
Yeah,
Doesn't
basically
even
I'm
have to be.
almost just waking up early
Pretty
to see
much.
what his status is.
Yeah. Yeah. Could even do like 3 and 3 and 2. That's probably the way to do it. I think that's maybe what y'all were doing was 3 and 3 and 2 or something.
okay, so if
Maybe
that
we'll just stay up the whole night.
just as my gills start to form, like,
I just feel like I need to stay moving for some reason. I gotta just keep moving.
I think I need to take a swim, a
Like,
night
I
swim.
do-
I can't
We'll go to
sleep. I need to
8.
just continue.
We will click on the party.
swimming.
I will long rest everyone.
So now,
Be
with
food.
that long rest, I removed my 4th point of exhaustion to only remaining 3. Does that mean my health points also restore to max HP?
So your halving of your max HP does go away,
Okay. But,
and your health will go up to 23 because you have 4 less health.
okay. So then I'll go ahead and update my new max HP to 23 in parentheses, and then my current HP is at 23. Okay. So yeah, and I'm keeping track of what my actual max HP is, and just modifying that in parentheses as needed. So all right, and so we did use 2 hit dice during the short rest. Do we restore 1 for the long rest?
So you get half of your max hit dice rounded down, back, no less than 1 after a long rest. So
Okay,
none
so
of you
then-
used more than 2, so you're all at max for your hit dice. So yes, you now
And
have your
then-
23 HP.
Oh, and then Rune also loses his point of exhaustion,
Yes,
and then he is back to full HP.
which I don't think it automatically removes exhaustion, I guess. Oh no, it did for them, just not for you. Oh no, because Fizzwix is still there.
I mean-
he didn't have a point of exhaustion. That's why I looked at Cyan first.
So in the morning, getting some of my divine,
My potion.
resources back.
Mhm.
Even though I know that the tablet said priest, that wouldn't help. I'm going to try and use my healing touch, lesser restoration, just to see.
Got it. For
Does
your
any effect-
once a day ability.
Yeah.
So Pimby still sleeping. Because are you doing this during your watch at the beginning of the morning?
Yeah. I mean, as soon as I feel like I've got it back or anything,
Yeah. Well. So the sun, it's like 4 in the morning. There's just the slightest hint of color kissing at the horizon. The rain has settled finally a little bit, and now it's just kind of the general casual trickle that's always present in Chult. Back to kind of regular temperatures. No odd sounds or notes played through the night, even though you're right off the port for Porcus Digliar. But you wake. The shifts haven't been handed off with no real issue through the night. You go over feeling some of the re-energized and imbuing connection with your divinity, your channel divinity, your spells, your connection to Siralali. Going over to Pimby, you can see right away that the disease has spread considerably. That there is
Flopping like a
visual
fish.
change all over his
Magic
body.
cards.
As you walk over to Pimby, feeling prepared to lay hands on him and cast into him your attempts to heal and cure the disease, Pimby, you are struck with pain as your body is racked with heat and fever and spasming muscles. I actually need you to give me a Constitution saving throw, please.
Okay, and this is still at the
Yes,
disadvantage.
you still have disadvantage.
And -2 to my Constitution.
Is it -2?
Well,
-2 to the ability score, but not the modifier.
Okay, so then it would just be a +1.
Correct.
Instead of a +2.
Correct.
I rolled 2 16s, so 17 total.
Okay, all right. You managed to fight off the wave of pain a little bit. You actually, as this disease is attempting to overtake you, watching Fizzwig just to the side are able to see a little bit of a change in his body as there's a slight visible recession of some of the creeping blue rotting flesh up his body. Pimby, you actually regain a point of Constitution and a point of Charisma.
So -1 instead of -2. Tell me, Doc, do I look hot? Will the lady swoon?
So I see an immediate recession of some of the symptoms, some of the worst.
The rotting flesh.
Seems to be.
Okay. Oh, I reveal my neck area to I don't say anything out loud, but I'm just like.
It is still there, most definitely. You still have the physical changes happening to your flesh. And it's still significantly encroaching on the body. But whatever this wave of progression was, you managed to kind of hold it at bay.
Do you want me to do it again? I can burn a spell slot.
Well, that's not from you touching him. That was just you.
Fighting it off?
Yep. You haven't touched him yet.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. That's just my natural.
Oh, so that wasn't from...
As you went over
Unless
to
it-
him in the morning, just as you were feeling the energy to be able to cast, is the same time frame that he was.
I fought my symptoms.
His body was fighting off the disease and attempting to
I
compete
got
for victory.
yeah, eating my boogers and all those rats when I was a child was for this moment.
It's all been leading to this.
Yeah, maybe.
It's just fever dream. So, I mean, do I still... Can I attempt
Sure.
to still do it?
Yeah.
We don't know the effects.
You haven't done it yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'll give it a shot.
All right. Fizbig gives you
college trial.
Give you the checkup.
Oh.
With consent.
It's instilled
math
consent.
and consent.
DNR bracelet.
But it's yeah.
Do not
Exactly.
rectally examine.
That's it.
Only O and R, only rectal OREs.
You lay your hands onto Pimby and reach into your connection to Siralali, knowing that you can call upon aid once each day until the dawn kind of renews your vigor and your given energy from her. You feel the energy imbue into Pimby, attempting to cast Lesser Restoration.
Yeah.
So while he's doing that, I remind him the slab. Remember the slab, because it
Return the
says,
slab.
"Seek not fire, nor blade, nor priest."
What about a friend?
Oh shit! Yeah. And then then he does it, and then through the power of friendship, what happens?
You lose a leg.
Oh!
And gain a tail.
You immediately feel as though, like screaming into a pillow, your magic is muted into nothing.
You got pillow syndrome.
Yeah. It's, I wake
They're
up
not
with
called
you like,
pillows, Mama.
Oh no.
We need more pillows.
Damn, dude, that's
Okay, good to know. Good
That
to
yeah.
know.
is
We wouldn't have known it unless we tried. But at least we know that we need those stupid yellow or gold leaves from that stupid plant.
Yeah, I mean, since everybody is, the 4 out of the 5 of us are not exhausted, I think we should probably hit the road in the morning.
I still have my movement speed halved, right? Because that was the
Yes.
third point of exhaustion. Okay.
Yeah.
And
And as Fizwig steps away from you, where he was touching you, you see on his hand a
slime.
blue tinge. But it's just some of your flesh that's sloughed
Oh,
up. as he
okay.
wipes it off.
Whew.
Ugh.
Just wipe it off. He just rubs it in the
It's
sand.
just boils. It's just boils.
He rubs it in the sand, and it's just still there on the sand, but not his hand.
You just
Cool.
wipe it on your shirt.
You can have this bag.
Yeah.
I don't need it.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah. Then I'm just gonna before the day gets started, if we're still close to the water, I'd like to just use the seawater to just kind of like freshen up a bit. If I have, like, just like just get rid of.
Yeah. So y'all kind of wake up and everyone starts to stir. Pimby, you leaving your tattered robes on the beach, have your little Baywatch scene as you run down, cheeks flapping, glue, soggy skin flapping. You make it to the seawater and kind of lower yourself in, eventually stepping out. At first cold, and then a lot colder, and then you're past midway. You settle your body in, and as the seawater meets the parts of your flesh that are discolored, it goes from a burning sensation and a throbbing to an almost soothing, cool, comfortable feel. You lower your body further in, and as the water comes up to your neck and reaches the flaps and lesions and what appears to be gills starting to form, you go to take a breath and your throat seizes up. And you suck water in the side of your throat and you start breathing in the water.
Oh, shit. So then, and I'm assuming that, this is all coinciding with, it's 1-to-1, like, that's where the infection is, like, prominent the most.
You got struck and have had spreading out across
Okay,
your body
so
and
it's
up your neck
creeping
and
up,
over your
got it.
face.
So,
Yep.
okay, so, yeah, alrighty. Then,
I got your dick too.
The first place that went.
I'm a Kandal now. Like, oh,
It's okay. It's so
just
small you can barely
flames.
tell.
Oh, that's the worst. I just now disperse eggs into the sea.
What are you, a salmon?
So it's starting to look like okay. Then
it's a bluegill.
So then, with the damn. Okay, so then with that, I will with the rummage trash with the supplies. Actually, I think I have string in my tinker's. I have rope. Okay, perfect. I will try to fashion a type of harness for the conch so I can, have it at my waist and just easily to be reached. I will bring my...
He just puts on a rope and dangles it right over midsection.
Because, as I'm dressing myself, the priority now is to hide my scarring.
There's
right?
a hermit crab inside.
Inside of you are 2 hermit crabs.
Oh shit! Oh no, I don't like when they're both gay.
Careful bites.
So what? So now instead of that makeshift scarf, I'm now using it to just cover the parts that are scarred, and my cap, which would normally rest upon my head, has been tattered. I just shove it down into a makeshift hood, so to speak.
It's almost like the angsty teens that have the hood comes down with the...
Oh my god, this is terrible. I was going to say, because this is what my cap would have looked like, right? The belt removed. It's no longer necessary. And then it's tattered and holy, so we'll get rid of that.
In the meantime, everyone eat a ration and apply new insect repellent.
What is the weta like?
I
don't know why I said it like that.
It is good.
Oh, no.
Good question. Let's find out. It is much more acceptable today. While still pretty hazy, and there is water falling from the sky, no doubt. It is much more controlled, and you feel much more confident in directions and in being able to hear the sounds of the world around you. Oh, you've all been muted this whole time.
No way.
Made you look. After the morning activities are in place, the sun starts to rise a little higher, and we are on day 17. 37 days into the death curse as it sweeps the realm and slowly murderizes the children and all the folk that have been revived in times past that you just haven't managed to save in time, unfortunately.
I guess we're headed southwest, but at a slow pace.
Okay. All right.
Because we have to.
Salida is up in no time, and it helps break things down very efficiently, and is comfortable and warm towards you all, kind of helping you get going a little bit faster probably than you would have otherwise. Even coming over to offer a hand to try to help Pimpy. A little apprehension on the face as she tries to help you stand and move about and get you your things, and brings you your robes to cover your hermit crab. And yeah, y'all got your stuff ready to head out?
Yeah, I think so.
Who's navigating?
I'll navigate.
Navigator.
Okay. You're +6?
Yes, and if we're moving slow, does that affect... Okay.
It does. Oh. Good choice. You set off for the day, decided to take a slower pace. Quickly grateful for that decision, as the weather, though better, is still uncomfortable, and you find yourself having to keep an eye on the tree line and paying attention as you're headed in that direction. Wind every now and then picking up. Salida easily matching your pace and more comfortable up front in her basic gear, carrying her leather satchel. You start walking through the day. I need a D20, please, from the party. Somebody roll for the party.
This is Rune.
Blame it on
That
him.
is a 5.
God damn it, Rune.
Yeah.
Unless that's good.
What are we? What else are we doing as we travel? So moving slow allows you to be more perceptive and on the lookout for all the things, right? For ambushes, for enemies, for opportunities. It allows you to pay greater attention to how you're traveling and have a greater likelihood of not getting lost, which made literally the difference today.
Yeah, I'd say my top priority, perception-wise, is looking for the trifron flower.
Triflower frond.
Yeah.
Exactly. That'd be priority one. Close second, making sure we don't get attacked because it would be bad.
Okay. Hearing that and knowing that, Salida sets herself to paying attention to the kind of signs and the wildlife around you as you make your way from the kind of more plains and light woods back into the jungles of Chult. You make your way southwest at a slow but steady pace. Pimby being carried by Rune.
Yes.
All right. So I imagine how are you being carried?
So I think at this we probably have me. Guys, I'm tempted to say I'm being carried in the Bjorn.
I assumed that's.
Yeah.
I was thinking you were gonna take your clothes scraps and make a baby Bjorn.
I think that's what I'm gonna commit to. Yeah, where it's a baby Bjorn. Yeah, he has
What being carried?
He has me as like because he has his pack on his back, right? He has my pack on his back as well.
Love it.
And
You know what's especially great about this?
yeah.
Is you are resting on his chest while a rope of threaded, dangling ghoul heads surrounds your body on
But
his chest,
we don't
bouncing
know
with every step.
what smells worse, me or the heads.
Well, you might be used to your own smell, but
Yeah,
you're not
no.
used to the smell of the ghoul heads.
Yeah, well, that's when I just like.
They cancel each other out a little bit.
I mean, to you maybe, but not to me.
The reek is intense, especially as these things are now at least a week old.
Yeah, that's about right.
Yeah.
They're very ripe. Yeah.
Yep. They are. They were already undead, but now they are dead undead. So they are rotting wonderfully. Of course, so are you. But you make your way into the jungle. Time passes pretty reasonably. The sun overhead, the wildlife not really disturbing you. You hear the transition of sounds from the bird calls and everything else. As you start to break into the denser jungle, heading southwest, you know from your map it's already expected. Sure enough, the smells of the jungle start to change. First going kind of loamy and pleasant, but every now and then the backdraft gusts start to carry out the smell of decay and what you know to be kind of the perpetual undead reek that has saturated the deeper jungles of Chult in this area. You are getting close to the undead domains once again. As you are walking and you make it to about midday, Salida stops, puts a hand on your forearm, Fizzwig, looks at you, and taps her nose a few times. There. And points off in the direction towards a kind of patch of sun coming down from up above, and particularly large trees with an opening back behind them. And just behind the thick tree, you see a bright blue bulb kind of gently trilling just behind it.
There's the flowers. Do I just see the one?
Right now.
Okay. I mean, I
It's just
also,
the
you
blue.
know, yeah, I also get the other people's attention, make them aware of it, but try to move.
Pimby's asleep.
Try to move.
Let's be real.
Silently, be aware of like any ambushes or whatever.
And so just head in that direction.
Yeah, right. I mean,
Yeah,
head towards the cure.
I think the first time we encountered it, they kind of only attacked us when we disturbed it, but then y'all ran into it a second time when I wasn't here, so I didn't know what happened.
That one,
There was like a chest.
we were just
involved
kind
or
of
something.
like able to. We just walked around them,
Okay.
and then there was a chest that, I think you used some kind of a spell to just like.
Oh,
reach
like
out.
It was
Rune used his
telekinetic, right?
telekinetic,
Yeah.
grasp.
So we didn't like
to
fight
lure it
them.
in.
So as you kind of move across to get a better angle of vision, much like the other time, sure enough, as you continue to pass and go kind of across at a tangent to the tree, starting to get a better view, you can tell that this is a large, stocky root coming up with 3 flowers coming off of the edges. Very steady, very still, indistinguishable from the other life around it. And without having run into them and knowing them for what they are, it would just be another plant in the jungle of Chult, albeit a large one. But this appears to be a tri-flower frond. Salida, knowing at least a little bit about what these are, you see her kind of like gesture forward, smile warm, but kind of back off for a second. She kind of unshoulders a bow off of her back and gets a little bit of space. But this part I leave to you.
Is the flower alerted? Is it like alerted to us? Can we tell? Can I
It's
tell?
not moving.
Do I see any other flowers? Just this one, you said.
Give me a perception check.
Now I definitely have my shield in my hand.
You do, 100%.
Okay, well that's 15.
You do. They are a little bit spread out, but about another 15 and 20 feet, and then another 30 feet in another direction, there's a little grouping of perhaps 3 or 4 of these tri-flower fronds.
And what specifically did you say we needed? The gold.
The gold
one?
leaf,
The
yes.
part.
It was the leaf of gold from Jungle's Feast, where orchids bloom. The cure is found in flowers 3.
Can Rune try and just grab the gold one and yank it off like a fruit?
How would we? What skill would that be?
Well, I guess it'd be his telekinetic.
Cannot be
Psionic.
used on creatures.
Sonic dice, regain
Yeah,
except
that's
along
the-
red. In addition, as a bonus action,
Can be used on
one expended
objects.
die. As you finish.
I mean, a plant is an object.
Oh, what the fuck does that mean? Regain psionic dice after a long rest. In addition, as a bonus action, you can regain 1 expended die, but you can't do so until you finish. Oh, so then he can do that later, in just case. Okay. Protected telekinetic movement, telekinetic strike, telekinetic thrust. So he can do.
So you said that there's 3 that I saw?
So here's telekinetic
You
movement.
You can definitely see 3, and then you see by a tree further ahead, sticking out from the side of it with your high perception, what likely is a bulb of
sure.
4th as well.
Yeah.
Alright, so we can't do telekinetic movement. We'd have to.
It was. What, we fought 2 of them before?
We fought 3 of them.
We fought 3 at a time?
Because 2 of them were ganging up on me.
That's right.
Never forget.
Never forget.
Of course, y'all were level 3 as well.
We were level 3.
Yeah, I mean, we can go in there and start a brawl, or I can try and sneak in and cut one off or something.
Yeah, I mean, if we're also
Nothing
if
that's
we're
spooky.
I don't know, if we want to like separate one, I was looking at Thorn Whip. It says it can pull.
That's what I look like now.
It's 30 feet, and it could pull one large creature closer, so like we can get it away from the rest of them.
Yeah.
But it's only 10 feet, so.
Wait, it only pulls them 10 feet
Yeah, it
closer?
only pulls it 10 feet.
I mean, could help. At least, I think they're pretty slow. Because whenever we passed the other group, the time that you weren't here, I think that we were close enough that they were like aware of us, and they were like, they did uproot themselves, I think, to try and like come after us, but I don't remember them being too quick.
Yeah, I recall that as well. They don't have fast movement, and we did have a gap between us initially because of him moving the chest, but they could not catch up to our movement. But I also think that it was primarily because we didn't engage. I don't think we engaged in combat, so it wasn't like combat movement. It was just our ability to walk, to get away from them faster than they could react. How many flowers are there? Is it just the 3?
3, and then a 4th, like, nearby. Like a group of 3, and then I guess a 4th one is kind of past that.
I think we should target the 4th one just because it's already
Kind of on its own.
isolated from the group, and that way, worst comes to shove, like we're there.
We
for
can
one
just
thing,
go,
one thing
yeah.
Only, like we're not trying to defeat all of them. We're just trying to get leaves off of the golden bell. And then, or the golden flower head, I should say, and then skedaddle. Try to flee if we can. So let's go. I think that's the goal. So this is what we see. So that 4th one is the one.
I guess this is the 4th one.
I'm assuming it's the one that's to the top left.
No, I think I just barely caught a glimpse of that one because it's behind the tree.
Oh, gotcha. Then
I'm gonna take it back real quick because I'm not getting. I'm gonna bring it back here.
We've seen too much.
No. I'm just. I can't get camera control for some reason, so I'm gonna try to bounce it until it fixes.
Okay. Then then
We might just have to fight them.
that's
Maybe,
fine.
yeah.
Let's just focus on one, and then if we don't get caught, priority is making sure we come out of this with as little damage as possible.
There we go.
Second priority, or the primary priority, was getting that.
I'm like, Salita, can you fight? Or
She kind of looks at you and shrugs.
That's what I look like.
I kill the basic creatures, but I don't usually pick fights with things that are bigger. I've
changed.
never fought with
That's
these
awesome.
plants before. I've seen them leave bodies of things in the jungle at their feet, and that was enough for me to not want to mess with them. I choose survival most of the time. I can assist from range, but what is it you would have me do?
assist from range. That'd be good.
I have this. She holds up a short bow and a couple of arrows that she has. I mean,
Yeah.
she has like 8.
Honestly,
good.
I'd say,
And then her machete.
have her cover our retreat, like, once we're on the run, just make sure that... Because I imagine she's also better at, like, navigating the actual woods, like, faster at us, so if using those arrows to cover our retreat, not using...
She's got like a 60 movement speed.
Yeah, so, oh god. She's
fast as fuck.
She's got forest walking where she just... We don't even see her lower legs, it's just the camera's above her waist, and she's just moving her hands really fast. Then...
I mean, maybe we can just try this one then. Start with that one.
Yeah, let's try to get its attention only somehow.
Okay, I'll have Rune take me out of his Bjorn. Out of the Bjorn.
Okay.
Human shield.
No, with that, I don't want to be in the middle of that. But also, I don't want to be in a position where I'm not going to move up front. I'm going to try to support from behind.
Gotcha.
I have my conch, so I can provide some healing. Okay, so then I will Just where I'm at now is fine. I just need sight of the party. So as long as I'm disconnected from Rune, I think Rune would be the vanguard. So he would want to be up front. So have him start next to...
Hey, as far as the jungle is concerned right now, y'all are just watching wildlife. A breeze, chilling, nothing's happening.
Yeah, right, we're just preparing, making sure that like we check our T's. And...
advance the time. We'll say it's like midday right now.
Okay.
Okay.
So I'll stay where I'm at now. We'll have
I'll be like.
You watch
second.
Pimby like half crawl to where he's trying to position himself.
sword in one hand, conch in the other. Maybe.
Oh, the shell.
Yeah, the conch. Oh, yeah. Well, we said that fell off in the ocean, so. So, I mean, I think Rune would be the brave one to. Oh, well, let's see what we can do. It's going to be tough because those three heads really do kick ass. Oh, hold on. Here's this. How's this for a medium? We can have him use psionic power to propel his weapon forward.
Nope, too late. We heard everything.
Yeah. As soon as I'm like, oh no.
No, I thought actually you did mute, right?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even think about that.
I did mute, but I'd already started, and I was like, oh, this is gonna be so loud.
I didn't notice that.
Intelligence modifier.
Yeah, y'all are welcome to leave him on the table anytime you need to.
I just forgot that I had it on.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if having him start a melee attack
Maybe some very candid
on
moments.
that one would
Yeah.
be enough to lure it over here versus like the whole. Because we have an opportunity to ambush that one creature, but I also don't know what the best course of action for that would be.
I would just suggest some kind of ranged attack if we're just doing one, rather than melee attack.
In that case,
Also, I probably don't want to start like the actual combat since I have to take off pretty soon. But I mean, we can like strategize what we want to do.
So then here's what here's what I would like to do. Since we have one that's near us, the one that's at the top right, I would like to draw it towards us with a ranged attack. I can cast Vicious Mockery on it. Potentially, well, that would be one option. The other option would be having Rune use his psionic power to psionic strike. It has a range of 30 feet, so we would want him to get in position, probably on the other side of the tree stump that you're at, or the tree that you're at, and regardless of what we roll, hopefully it's close enough that we can all just ambush it in a single, or like use our turns in the round to deal as much damage.
You hear
oh no!
as an arrow whistles past Fizzwig's head and past Cyan's head, as Salida releases the string of her short bow, and an arrow goes flying across and smacks into the Triforce.
Okay, so now we're
All right, go time.
Let's go. Yeah, it's go time. Okay, so do we?
He
roll
told
for
her to support from the back, and then he just like sitting back there.
Do we roll for initiative?
Roll for initiative.
This is coming out of your check.
And don't worry about time because we can peel at any point here.
Okay, so then 12. So Pimby has a 15, and then I'll roll for Rune.
Okay, first let's see what her hit is. That'll count. Come on. Oh, that'll work.
Does he have
Good
any
hit.
bonuses to initiative?
I don't think
he's
so. I
just
think
got
it's
plus
just
two
the
for his dex?
yeah.
You know that.
I think his thing is intelligence. Okay. Right. For
Psionic,
yeah.
Okay, so then he got a 13 for his initiative just now.
With advantage, I only got an 11.
I mean, as long as we're all within range, we can all just have like a focused action, or just like focus our attacks on one target.
You watch as the arrow that goes flying to the trees sinks deep into one of the bulbs, and the bulb peels open and starts to almost smoke as the poison that was coating the tip of the arrow shot by Salida sinks in. You watch the thing start flailing, whipping itself against the ground as it starts to kind of heel over, and it falls to the ground, dead.
What in
Okay, all right.
She's like, I don't know.
She kind of looks at you off as like,
I don't.
that was a good shot.
I don't really do this a lot. I do
Just
have
like
these poisoned arrows, though.
That was a great shot. Okay, then in that case,
The body of the triflower frond that strikes the ground, you watch as a clear reaction from the others. Nope, as these two react, the two close ones react to it and start to move around, shifting and kind of walking back and forth inside the space. Their roots coming up and moving them as you've seen them do very slowly before.
I think since you
I
have
don't know why this doesn't show
herbalism
dead.
on your side, should be the
But that one
one
is dead.
to harvest it from the plant.
Yeah, I immediately don't think we should harvest the one that's been poisoned.
Oh yeah. You know
Seems
what?
like-
That's not okay. Then you know what? I didn't even think about that. Spoken like a true doctor in that case. I guess it's
The
That's
okay.
why-
fronds start crawling over towards the body of the other one. Sensing the motion, the momentum, the other one starts moving in the same direction as well. And now I will take initiatives.
Okay. Pimby had 15.
There we go. Okay. Move. We do toggle combat state. We do this. And then we do Cyan.
15.
Oh, no, says current compatible. Wrong one. Update. 15?
Mm-hmm.
Pim, did you say Pimby's 15?
Yes.
Next up, Fezwig.
11.
And Rune.
13.
Okay. All right. Having been the first to release a shot and watching their reaction, you watch Salida kind of nonchalantly looking at you all, eyes kind of wide, just like waiting. She grabs another one, pulls it back, and kind of like aims it over in the direction of the one directly south of her, kind of leans around to get better vision. It goes wide, and, well, actually. No, that'll hit. It sticks into the base of the stalk of that triflower frond, dealing, also good, 11 damage. Some poison, some piercing. You watch as one of the stocky legs, the roots coming out being the support system for that triflower frond, almost like stops moving, becoming ineffective as it's been destroyed by the arrow and the poisons that are in it. And it moves its bulbous head back over in your direction, realizing where that came from.
Hey, Selena, maybe not the poison ones. Just,
And you know, I guess lettering in a row, we just need one.
yeah.
You do not want me to shoot them?
Just leave one unpoisoned, you know?
Oh, don't use the arrows. That's all that's kind of all I
Just
have.
leave one that's not filled with poison.
Sorry.
you know?
She
No,
puts her
it-
hands down.
You
And
can shoot the others. Just
the plant over here comes sprinting at you full speed. 10 feet.
It's very fast, 10 feet
Yeah.
covered.
Yeah.
Okay. Cyan, your turn.
Let me go ahead and move down a little bit next to.
Fizwick.
5, 10. I'm going to Thorn Whip the closest one, I guess.
Okay.
This one, and try to bring it a little closer.
Okay, roll the hit.
It's a melee. 23.
23 will hit.
Nice, nice.
Damage, and then
6.
6 damage. You wrap your thorn whip around the neck where the 3 stalks of the blossoms come together. And as you go to pull it back and rip it towards you, it shears through and peels 2 of them off as the remaining life force of this Triflower Frond is removed, and it also falls to the ground dead.
Oh, well, that was the one that was also shot with the poison arrow,
Yeah.
so that one we also wanted to avoid. But killing it, not mad.
Okay. Yeah, I'll stick it out there.
Okay.
So then,
Pinby.
I will then go ahead and use, also, Bardic Inspiration.
Okay.
On, and I'll use my new Fun Conch.
Okay.
To cast Bardic Inspiration on both Rune, and we'll give it to.
Can you do it on multiple at the same time?
2. It should be. It's up to 2. So
You.
you at inspire. Oh no, one creature other than yourself. It is one creature.
Okay.
What's okay? Yeah. A creature that makes Bardic Inspiration. Okay, yeah. So then in that case, I'll give it to Rune.
Okay. And for remembering to use your Bardic Inspiration, you get an inspiration. Okay. Rune, I'm just going to put marked, is inspired.
Okay. And
Hearing your sea-sick melodies. It brings him back to his sailor roots, and he feels the gusto and the ale and the seasick nights swelling in his memories, happy and longing for them once again.
Oh, jeez, that's so awesome. Okay, and I'm going to end my turn there. I'm not going to move. I'm just going to... Oh, wait, I have an action. So, actually, so I can move half my speed.
Back and forth.
So that is... so it's 25, which is 5 squares, so 10. Okay. Yeah. I'll move next to Fizzwig.
Okay.
And then, can I... 5, 10. Is that a tree stump, or is that just a bisected tree?
We'll say it's tree stump. I'm good with that.
Cool.
It's actually a taco stand.
So if I'm able to see...
It's a smiley face. If you
beyond...
Yeah.
I will then...
Happy trees.
I'll cast... I'll do Vicious Mockery at the one that's directly south of me. It's a range of 60 feet.
Okay.
It must make a successful Wisdom saving throw. DC... Oh. Because my charisma is reduced by 1... Oh, I would still have the +2, because it's 14 is still +2, right?
But you're at 13 now, aren't you?
No, because it's
went
minus
back up
1.
because
Instead of -2.
You are. You're at 14. Yep.
Okay, so
absolutely.
then, so the DC is still 12.
Okay. 18. No, 17.
Okay. All right. So, all right. Then, let's see. It must succeed or take. Yeah. So then nothing happens.
Okay.
And then that'll be the end of my turn.
How about Rune?
Rune will. Let's see. What's his movement speed? I'll probably.
It's
have
probably
him,
the same as
30.
Yeah, it's 30. Maybe have him dash. 15, 20, 25, 30. Can we see the 4th?
Yeah.
Oh. If we have him move up to 30 and then uses Psionic Strike.
he doesn't have any ranged weapons though.
Well, that's his. You propel your weapon with Psionic Force once on each of your turns immediately after you hit a target within 30 feet of you with an attack and deal damage to it with a weapon. You can expend 1 Psionic Energy die rolling it and dealing force damage to the target equal to the number rolled plus your intelligence modifier. So it just propel his weapon. I imagine he can do that with his melee weapon as well. Because it's...
Well, no, well... Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, DM, just to help with Lee's character. So I would like to
He throws
use
a rock.
Sonic Strike.
Okay.
And the verbiage on the card reads, you can propel your weapon with psionic force. Once on each of your turns, immediately after you hit a target within 30 feet of you with an attack and deal damage to it with a weapon. You can expend 1 psionic energy die, rolling it and dealing force damage to the target equal to the number rolled plus your intelligence modifier.
Yep. Okay.
So will that work with his melee weapon?
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So, I'll have him move 30 feet down. Perfect.
Okay.
And then with psionic force, strike the the plant creature nearest him, and it has a range of, or using Sonic Strike, it has a range of 30 feet. So you propel your weapon with Sonic Force.
No, so that's when you hit something with an attack. That also is within 30 feet.
Okay, that clears that up.
Yeah,
then.
so it's
Then
not
in
an
that
attack.
case-
It's almost like how a paladin can imbue the smite into an attack that he's landed. It's the same thing,
Gotcha.
kind of.
Extra attack. Must have one action surge. Then what about? Then
Your
let's do
cup
this.
is blocking him.
Uh,
You're good.
Let's do this then. How about we have him action surge to move again, and then he can still strike.
Yeah, he could do that. Oh, his card doesn't his card say he gets an extra action?
Gets an extra. Oh, dude, yes, get an extra bonus action.
Bonus action.
Oh, increase your speed by 30 feet until the end of this turn.
Oh yeah, and he can choose two things.
Then in that case, that is so cool. What can you use a bonus action?
Fighter bonus action.
I think second wind is
Second
like a bonus
wind is-
action.
Yeah. You know what? In that case,
But you only get one of those anyway.
So it
Yeah,
says
it's probably
choose
limited.
two. We can just have them reroll. Have pocket. If we use, okay, then this is. We'll just have them reroll a d20 if necessary. I think that would be better than a bonus action because.
Yeah.
Well,
Like if
it
he
is.
misses. Like,
So
you
then,
roll.
adrenaline surge. We'll have
Okay.
him increase his speed by 30 feet until the end of this turn.
Okay, where's he going?
Next to the plant.
Next to you, in front of?
Next to.
Next to here.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then we're gonna have him.
As Rune goes rushing into the clearing and comes up on the edge of the Triflower Frond, he feels a heat, an intense heat, against his leg in his pouch where the stone tablet is wrapped and kept inside. The blue glow, even through the fabric and the container, is visible like a bright spotlight shining out through his pack and through his garments off to the side, and the heat nearly burns his leg, even with the materials that he's made of. The ground starts to shake and rumble and move underneath the space where he is standing. A visible lift underneath his feet as mud and soil and rock start to shift and crack apart, slowly lifting. Rune is standing in front of the Triflower Frond.
Okay. This is the frond we need. So then he's going to strike at it with his war pick.
Okay.
Oh, gee.
Oh, but he can re-roll it, right?
yes.
Can
okay.
we?
Yes.
That's
so
what we're gonna use it.
It allows it to choose two. We chose. The
To hit. So you missed the attack. Wait,
I rolled
Well,
an 8. Well, it's an 8
we don't know yet.
plus 3, so that's 11.
+3.
See what
He
this
has more than
strength-
+3.
Well, he doesn't. He didn't have it right.
Because he has proficiency, which is +2, and
Plus
then
five.
plus
Oh,
strength.
it's plus 5.
So it's +5. So 13.
His strength's only +2?
His strength is +3.
So +3, +2 is, okay, it's +5 total.
Proficiency.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's +8 plus. So it's a total of 13.
Okay.
If I find out it is unsuccessful, could I then re-roll the 20?
No, you have to decide rerolls before you know whether or not something
Yes.
is.
Then I will decide to re-roll the 20. So that
You have to keep
expends.
the new result.
Yes, I
Okay.
understand that.
Sometimes that always sucks.
12. So that would be 17.
Okay. Okay. So, absolutely hits.
Okay, perfect.
His pick, he raises it as he goes sprinting and dashing forward at his hyper speed. The ground shifting underneath him. He almost raises a couple inches into the air. Catching his footing, he drops down off a part of the raised soil and strikes into the Triflower Frond for...
So 1d8 plus 3, 5 damage. Is it just the 1d8 plus 3?
Yes.
He can
Unless you're using
imbue
psionic.
it. Yeah, with.
That's what would that be?
I think he can use this now because he.
He successfully.
He
So
hit
then
it.
I can. So that would I be able to hit the same target again?
Yep. So, yes, you have to use that on the thing that you hit if
Okay.
you want to
So
use it.
then, within 30 feet, with an attack and deal damage to it with the weapon, you can expend one. Okay, there we go. So then we will do that. So
Okay.
he's now
So you said 1d8 plus 3 was 5?
1d8 plus 3 is 5.
Okay.
And then
Oh, by the way, keep in mind he has the Piercer feat or something. So if you don't like the damage roll that you did, you get to re-roll 1 damage die from piercing weapons. So if you're not happy with your 2, you could re-roll that 2.
Okay, thank you. Then I would like to re-roll the 2.
Okay.
I've got another 2.
Okay, so 5 so far.
So then expend 1 energy, psionic energy, rolling it. Rolling what? What's the...
it's probably a D6 right now.
D6, okay. Which is a 5 plus his intelligence modifier, which is +1. So it's an additional 6 damage.
So you rolled a 6
That
on
was
the D6?
I rolled a 5 on the D6, and it is force damage equal to the target equal to the number rolled plus the intelligence modifier.
Oh, and he has +1.
He has +1.
So 5 + 1 for a total of 6. 6 + 5, a total of 11 damage?
11 damage.
Okay, all right, fantastic.
Heck yeah.
So the burst goes deep into the root and blasts apart a good chunk, leaving it very weak looking, but not completely dead. As the ground continues to shift around Rune's feet in a large space, pushing up dirt and soil and rocks and seeming to continue to lift probably in a good 20 feet around you.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
Anything else for Rune?
I think that's all he can do.
Okay, Fizzwig, you are up.
All right, I will move 25 feet closer to the flower south of me.
Okay.
Probably just straight down. And then I will... I'm going to try and throw my trowel, my sharpened garden trowel, into this flower.
Okay.
For a 22 to hit.
That hits.
I totally forgot the bardic inspiration that I gave him also gives him the D4 for combat inspiration.
You can, yes, you could have used it for damage.
Yes, I could
so
have
before
used
you say anything,
do
you want to have done that?
I would like to do that.
Because that totally makes sense to me,
Yeah.
and nothing else has happened yet. All right, go for it.
Creatures, bardic inspiration can roll that die.
1d6 damage, I think, for
Yeah,
your...
that's what it was. I did roll a D4 instead of a 6, so...
Okay.
5, and I
5.
think it's just a flat 5.
It
so
had 3.
Okay.
So Rune blasts
All right.
apart the Triflower Frond. Fizzwig, I assume you want to go one to the side, and you want to aim down here at this other one?
Yeah.
Okay, 22 hits. You can keep your roll. Go ahead and roll damage. My trowel.
It's 3 damage.
Your trowel
I feel like it should
sticks
have
into the thick stalk.
a bonus when fighting against plants. Like,
Yeah.
Anything else, Fizzwig?
That's it.
Fizzwig, your feet, you're having to maintain your balance as the ground, even all the way to you right now, is shifting underneath you, slowly raising up second by second. The frond over here on the side sprints, air quotes, over towards the thing that just threw at it, towards, actually, probably the thing that's closest, moving in the direction of both of you two. That is as far as it can go. I'm pretty sure, let me check its range real quick. Nope, that's it. Okay. Yeah.
It's coming.
All right.
Oh, Lord.
Top of the round, Salida, looking at the ground, kind of watching you all, longbow and or short bow in hand, puts it down for a second, and kind of you hear this sudden intake of air. No, get out! Get out! The ground underneath Rune and next to Fizzwig explodes and shoots up as thick, massive vines lift themselves out of the ground as an enormous
That's
guardian
the one that
triflower frond lifts itself up into the space. It does not share the exact same colors and build of the other. A brilliant blue blossom sits on top, wide and open. Another one, a sheer red, more of just a long set of vines with small petals down along the sides. And then a barbed, almost gangly vine of kind of autumn hues that is frilling out into the air and kind of slashing back and forth, starts whipping around. This thing is massive, multiple times the size of the other creatures, lifts itself high above and seems to survey the space around. Spores seem to be dropping out of the open blue blossom around it into the space.
Jesus. I think this... I mean... Did you need to leave now? Or?
I was going to say, that's probably where we will call the session. That's right there.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, good timing, too, because that's a phone call for me.
Top of the round.
Okay, yeah. So we've kept track
by
of
the
what
way,
we expended on
the
these.
other bulb, the other part of it is not a yellow portion, but a shining, bright, brilliant gold.
Oh, okay.
There's gold in them there, Franz.
Alrighty, so awesome. That was magnificent.
All right. And intermission. Well, actually, thanks for watching. Cool. I'm excited to see how the mics worked. Watch, they cut out like in the first 10 minutes and stopped working the entire
All they got was the conversation outside
and the
from someone
pissing.
on. Yeah.
All right. Cutting the string.